You are about to opt in to Monerotopia, a show for the Monero community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
Alrighty, good morning, good morning. How's it going, guys? No Tux today. I got no wingman today. I think he had mentioned it last show that he wouldn't be showing up. And I did not realize that because he helped me post it last night, so I just assumed he was participating. So no Tux. In general, if anybody wants to potentially be a co-host of Monerotopia, reach out. We could use a deeper team, a deeper bench, so that we don't have moments like this. I know I have Shortwave that jumps up and helps whenever we need him. Greatly appreciate that, Shortwave. But yeah, in general, if anybody out there is interested in being a Monerotopia co-host, please reach out. You should know how to find me. You can find me here. Send me an XMRChat. Send me a DM on X. But yeah, hit me up, and we will deepen the Monerotopia bench so that we always have people that can help out when others cannot participate. We got like 30 live viewers, guys. Like and retweet. We're having NanoGPT. I believe it's called. Actually, I've had my eye on this for quite some time from when it first launched. It's a concept I was personally interested in. I was trying to actually get somebody to help me build something like this, and NanoGPT I think was one of the first to even to try it, and they seem like they're currently the most successful at it. That being a way to privately access a chat GPT like LLM that's quick, easy to use, user-friendly, but privacy preserving. So you can pay in crypto. Obviously, you can pay in Monero, and you can use your LLM anonymously. So super cool. Excited to finally bring these guys. I don't know. Well, I'll bring them up. I thought we had somebody from the team on at one point, but we'll bring them up. Excited to talk to him about that. In terms of housekeeping stuff, PorcFest. Let me bring that up real quick. PorcFest and MoneroCon happening at the same time. I won't be at MoneroCon this year. This will be the first one that I will be missing. I actually am kind of sad about that. It's been a tradition. It's a great place. MoneroCon is a great place to catch up with a lot of the hardworking folks in Monero. Maybe those that aren't on Twitter so much, like the real people that are building. That's what I love about MoneroCon. You get to touch base with the hardcore true believers, the people that have been building Monero from the early days. So I will be missing it. But that being said, I will be helping to spread Monero in my own way by helping to represent Monero with the Monerotopia tent at PorcFest. And both are happening at the same time. With the new baby and whatnot, MoneroCon just wasn't in the cards for me. Traveling to Europe wasn't in the cards for me. And I also love PorcFest, and I always hated the fact that they often overlapped. I had to miss PorcFest because of MoneroCon in the past. So this year I was like, you know what? Let's make lemonade out of lemons here. Embrace the fact that they're overlapping. I'll go to PorcFest. Others go to MoneroCon. Divide and conquer. And that's what we're doing. So both are happening on the same weekend. PorcFest actually starts sooner. PorcFest actually starts Monday. But it's only like hardcore people kind of spend the entire week. I mean, some people are showing up today. Actually, there's I think Fork Fest, which already started, it's the week before Pork Fest. That's the super OGs of like Pork Fest, like forked, just like we see in crypto. We see like communities forking off of each other. There's something called Fork Fest, which happens the week before Pork Fest, and it's a lot of like the OGs from Pork Fest that participate in Fork Fest, and then it turns into Pork Fest. So it's actually super cool. Why do I love Pork Fest? It's just a bunch of liberty-loving people, families hanging out all week long and living off of each other. So you can show up at Pork Fest, sell whatever you want. Years ago, I showed up with coffee, and I'd sell coffee for Monero. Been doing it ever since. And now this year, we're taking it up a notch. We have a large tent. We have two of the top main tents. So we're one of the main sponsors, actually, of Pork Fest. And this is in thanks to the people that have sponsored Monerotopia Pork Fest. So I'm doing this in partnership with Aaron Day. Aaron is a Pork Fest OG. He knows the in and outs better than anybody. He's been going forever. So thanks to our sponsors, Cake Wallet, Xano, Confidential Layer, XMR Bazaar, FUSD, which is associated with Xano. Thanks to those sponsors, they're making this all possible. The tent itself was like $12K just to rent. Basically to get that top tier sponsorship from Pork Fest. So we greatly appreciate all the sponsors and making this possible. And this will be a big moment. This will be a big moment for privacy coins and for Monero in particular. A lot of people at Pork Fest already use Monero, which is cool to see. That's what got me going to Pork Fest in the first place. I wanted to see. I was curious. Are people at Pork Fest using Monero? We've heard stories, from back in the day, how like the first kind of really those that were first using Bitcoin were coming out of Pork Fest, and that's what led me to go check it out. I think it was like 2019 or 2018 the first time I went. And sure enough, there were people using Monero, and it's only grown since then. So I'd say pretty much all the people at Pork Fest that are selling stuff that accept crypto, at least also accept Monero. Many of them, I would say the majority of them that are like prefer Monero, have it in their top. I think the most accepted things at Pork Fest are Goldbacks, and then like Monero, Bitcoin Cash. Like Bitcoin, not so much, right? Because people don't want to spend their Bitcoin. They don't spend it on chain. Transaction fees are too high. Nobody's really using Bitcoin Lightning there. Dash, there's like an OG Dash community, but I don't think many people really use it. Like a lot of people still have the accepted here, like their old signs that are on there. I don't, no offense to Dash, but I think the few users they have, maybe they do still attend Pork Fest. But yeah, I'd say Monero is one of the most used. Bitcoin Cash, Litecoin, those are the top used cryptos at Monero. That's been my experience. Actually, last year we made a map of all the Pork Fest vendors. We'll keep that going this year, and we marked off everybody that was using Monero, and it was quite a few. So super excited about Pork Fest. Things will really kick off later in the week. So if you're gonna come, if you show up like Thursday or even Friday. So Friday, Saturday will be the two biggest days. Friday and Saturday will be the two biggest days. I'm showing up early Wednesday morning. Aaron is showing up Monday, so there'll be people there all week. So we'll start off slow, but that's a good time to come too. You get direct access to some people there that you'll be able to talk to, hang out with, chat. We'll have talks going on, probably starting Wednesday, Thursday. And then they'll really pick up on Friday and Saturday. And then we'll also be streaming the MoneroCon talks to Pork Fest. I mean, some of them are going to be starting like 4 a.m. our time. I don't know how many people are going to sit down and watch a 4 a.m. talk from MoneroCon, but you'd be surprised at Pork Fest. It is a 24/7 thing. People stay up all night. They're hanging out all night long. There's quiet areas, there's more loud areas, but people go 24/7. So may not be the craziest thing to have a couple of stragglers sitting in the Monerotopia tent at 4 a.m. watching a talk from Luke Parker. Actually, I hope if Luke Parker is talking that he talks a little later so that we can get a good crowd in there, and we could always replay the talks too at the tent. So should be super super cool. We're gonna have a lot of OGs that will be there. Yeah. Let me kick it off. Ross Albright. Yeah, let me mention that Ross Albright has said that he will be attending. So that's really cool. And his mom will actually be participating at the Monerotopia tent. Aaron's been speaking with her. She actually was hanging out with us when we had our little Monero tent last year. So Ross's mom is going to have a little stand set up right outside of our tent, or maybe even in the tent. So that's super cool. She's trying to, I'm not exactly sure. Obviously she's been dedicating to get Ross out, but now that Ross is out, I think she's kind of continuing along those lines, and looking to help others in similar situations here. So super excited that she's going to be hanging out with us. And if Ross's mom's hanging out with us, I'm sure Ross won't be too far. I'm sure that's who he prefers hanging out with these days more than anybody else after getting out of prison. So super excited that the two of them will be there. And yeah, maybe we get Ross up on stage at the Monerotopia Porkfest tent. No promises there. Nobody's communicated with them directly regarding that, but it's certainly within the realm of possibilities that we'll get him up on stage, get him on a panel or something. So very excited for that. Also, as part of us being the main tent, they allowed me to give a talk at the on the Porkfest main stage. So Porkfest has its own main stage. I'm sure Ross will be giving a talk there, if he's in the mood. But I think he will be if he's attending Porkfest. He'll probably give a talk on the main stage. It'll be super cool. And they've allowed me to give a talk on Saturday, which is the biggest day. So I'll be talking about XMR Bazaar. I think that's like the most critical thing I could be pushing right now. So sure, anybody listening in right now knows about XMR Bazaar, Monero-based peer-to-peer marketplace. So I'll be shilling that, talking about all the new features we're adding. We're trying to launch a few things actually in time for Porkfest itself. And it should be a really good opportunity for growing Monero and Monero adoption. And growing XMR Bazaar. I'm going to be trying to push it to people maybe that aren't even the Monero users yet, right? People that are just into living off of each other peer to peer. But there really is no good crypto marketplace that's doing that. All these years, nobody's really cracked that. Obviously, Ross was able to do it in the early days, but it was quite controversial because it was a dark market, so there were a lot of illegal items being sold. But nobody's really gotten a legal goods and services peer-to-peer crypto platform up and running with traction. And XMR Bazaar appears to be doing it. It's obviously Monero-based, but we're open to allowing people to pay in other cryptos, and then it gets auto swapped into Monero. So the sellers are always receiving Monero, but then our thinking is this could bring in people that have Dogecoin or Litecoin or Bitcoin Cash, and they just want to experience using their crypto for the purposes that supposedly this stuff was invented for, to live off of it peer-to-peer. So I'm hoping that Porkfest is an opportunity to really expand the platform, get new users in, maybe people that aren't really... I think most of the Monero community knows about XMR Bazaar at this point. Maybe not. I don't know. Monero community is pretty distributed. Like, a lot of people in Monero never make their way to X. They're never on YouTube. They're not watching Monerotopia. They're not watching Monero Talk. They're deep hidden underground in the caves of the internet. So there are actually a lot of Monero people that may not even know about XMR Bazaar yet, but I would assume most people do. And so this is an opportunity to spread it beyond just Monero people. So yeah, we got Sal Mayweather will be showing up. Steve Patterson, he's the guy that wrote the Bitcoin book with Roger Ver, hijacking Bitcoin. He will be at our tent, giving talks at our tent. We have Joel Valenzuela. He will be giving talks. Joel and I have bumped heads often on X, so I'm looking forward to hanging out with him. This is also a great opportunity for that. These conferences being in person, it's a great way to meet people face to face, where you could have better conversations. It's not just a tweet and people yelling at each other. Often you find you have way more in common than otherwise, and you end up becoming friends with these people. I met Joel there last year as well, but maybe this year we could grow our relationship even further. I would like to get Joel involved in Monerotopia Mexico. I think Joel, he really does know his stuff with regards to crypto, and he's in it for all the right reasons. He's kind of famous for trying to live off of crypto from back in the early days. So great respect to him, even though we do bump heads sometimes. Mostly it's over Monero stuff, him calling Fluffy Pony a Fed and all this stuff, which I don't know, maybe he is, but there's often just kind of these unwarranted attacks against Monero, but maybe we could cool things down in those regards. And then we have Lynn who will be part of the tent, and many others, guys. Michael Hassard, Tor, others that we just have not put up on the website yet. Michael Hassard and Tor, anybody who's been following us knows these guys because we've had them on the show. They've been participating. They participated on already 2 Monero conferences. So super excited to have them at PorcFest. And yeah, there'll just be a lot of OGs that are at PorcFest, and we'll be pulling them in and having impromptu talks happen. That's pretty much how we've rolled in the past. So what you're seeing here is just the tip of the iceberg, and I'm sure we'll get some good panels going. It's really going to be more panel discussions than anything else. People can come present their slides, but really where PorcFest shines is getting a group of people on stage talking in a panel, because you get so many great people that come out for this type of event. So I'll leave it at that. I'm going to go ahead and jump into the guest segment. We'll do the guest segment. Bawdy, I hope you're patient. I know I tried to pull you up here early because I didn't have a co-host, so I hope you're okay with waiting a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and run the guest segment and bring up the guest. Here we go.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by Cake Wallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cake Wallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
All right, what's going on, man? What's going on?
Hey,
Milan.
nice to be here. But it's fun to see the sponsored by Cake Wallet segment. We quite like cake as well, so that's a good start.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, you guys are integrated into Cake,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, they were the sort of first integration that we had, kind of. So we're very grateful to them.
When did they add you?
Ooh, quite a while ago now. I would say somewhere like September last year, maybe even earlier. We were quite small at the time when they integrated us, so they kind of took a bit of a leap of faith on us. So we were super happy with it. It was the first real sort of validation that we had, I think.
Yeah, I often say how like this is an idea I was very interested. It was when I first started using ChatGPT, when we all did. Like it kind of happened overnight, right? Me being somebody who's aware of my data and privacy, I was like, oh man, this would be the perfect use case, right? Like everybody's access is going to be accessing these AI LLMs, right? They're going to be asking it all sorts of personal questions. Wouldn't it be nice if you could access one privately? You could send a little Monero, and you don't have to create any account. Yeah, you ask it your questions, and you go away, and it doesn't track your data. It doesn't know who you are. It's kind of the perfect fit for what crypto does and what AI is. So
Yeah.
kudos to you for actually getting on. I had actually tried. I had teamed up with somebody and I tried to get them to build something, but didn't happen. I guess in retrospect, it would have been better like putting the word out to see who would be interested in working on a project like that. But you guys ran with the ball. How did it all start? Are you the person that started it?
Yeah, so very randomly, like you, I was playing around with ChatGPT and thinking, okay, this is really cool. Not even just from a privacy perspective, but I wanted to give more people access to it because, especially at the start, you had to have the subscription to be able to even access it.
Yes.
So
exactly.
I wanted to also give people who didn't want to spend $20 a month to also let them try it out. So I built this very simple Telegram bot. Which at the time, I didn't even know how to program and whatever. I just sort of thought it was a fun project. And then my co-founder, Huggy, reached out to me on Twitter, actually, and told me hey, this is really cool. I think this could really become something, but I think we need to turn this into a website because many people don't like using it through Telegram. Many people don't know Telegram. And we were like, okay, let's try it and let's see where it goes. And it started very simple with just ChatGPT at the time, and now it's grown into an actual business, the full-time thing that both of us are focused on. So yeah, it's been fun building it, and it started from just being okay, this is cool. Let's see what we can do with it. So yeah.
Fantastic. And how's it going in terms of growth, usage?
Really well, to be honest. Way better than I expected. It's like I said, it's full time for both of us now. We make enough from this to be able to pay ourselves salaries.
Oh, that's amazing.
Which is that's sort of a nice threshold to reach, I think. And it's nice because both of us really like building this project, but at the same time, you need to make some money, right? Otherwise, we could do it in our free time, of course, but still, you would need to make money some other way. And now it's just we can fully focus on this, keep improving it, keep making it better. And so far, growth has just been really good, to be honest. It's still growing incredibly quickly. We're completely bootstrapped, self-funded. We don't have any investment or whatever. And at this point, we don't need investment because we're making enough money that we can just start reinvesting. So yeah, it's good times.
That's awesome. Explain to us a little bit more. You could share your screen too if you want to bring it up. If you want to show us stuff.
Yes, always dangerous. Let's see what I have open.
So honestly, I haven't tried it. I haven't tried it out yet.
Oh no.
Yeah, I've seen it in Cake. So I'll be honest. I still use ChatGPT, but I will be. Now that it does seem convenient enough. So is it that you have to send Monero for each prompt or whatever crypto for each prompt that you're asking? How does it work?
So you can send in as little as 10 cents, and we just add it to your balance. We experimented with paying for every prompt, but honestly, it's not really good UX. So it's just you can deposit tiny bits, literally 10 cents, and then you can it gets deducted from your balance. Let me see actually if I can present my screen. Okay. And I need to give permission everywhere. Brave, there we go. But essentially, you send in as little as you like, and okay, I have to see if this works. New tab, there we go. Yeah, I think I'm now sharing this screen, right?
Oh, yeah, let me bring it up.
Okay. So it's super simple. Essentially, when new users arrive, you see this screen. Usually, you land on the free model. And then it's as simple as going, what is Monero? And you start messaging. So this is just very simple ChatGPT-like, right? I think. But also, we just have literally every model you can think of. So Gemini, Claude, OpenAI, including the O3 Pro one, which is the new model that you could only. Yeah, so normally you pay $200 a month, I think it is now, to be able to access this model. On our service, it's I don't know exactly how expensive it is. It is quite an expensive model. So it might be like 20 or 50 cents for a single prompt. But yeah, people can try it out and see like how useful it is. So anyway, we just have every model that you can think of. So like the big ones, but we have literally 200 plus. We have ones that are like uncensored specifically, so they don't have any sort of the typical, I cannot help you with this because blah, blah, blah. All of that has been removed from the models. And recently we added, TEE models, which are extremely private models. They are run on like a secure enclave, it's called, so that no one can see the prompt that you're asking. It's like verifiably private, which it's very new. We're still mostly testing it ourselves as well, but it's like the most private way that you can access AI models online. So yeah, that's kind of what we've built. And then that's the sort of very simple chat interface, but you can also generate like images. So you can just go like image and use, again, any model that you can think of and be like, I don't know, a beautiful sunset over Monerotopia. And then it will, first thing that came to mind, I'm jealous I cannot be there. And then it will think for a few seconds and generate.
Maybe we get you to come to the one in February in Mexico. That'd be cool.
I know. So I think, was it last year? I was actually close to it, but then
I think we were trying to get you to come, right? Last year?
Yes. Yeah, but I was traveling South America with my girlfriend, and we were starting in February, so she would have been quite pissed off.
Well, dude, this is more amazing than I even thought it was. The fact that you have all the different models built into it. And so first step would be like, so obviously there's like no real, well, I guess you have to create an account, but you do it obviously anonymously, right?
Yeah, so there's no need to actually create an account. So if you make a new, I can.
But you got to fill up like a balance though, right? How's it track your balance if you don't have an account? Go ahead.
So we use what Molvad has. Which is like a unique user ID, which is just randomly generated, and you can just keep using that. And like if you store it, you can always re-log in with that unique user ID.
So cool.
Of course, we also have like login via email or via like Google, whatever, because we don't cater just to like Monero and crypto. We also have a lot of people who just use credit card and they just want to have it as simple as possible, really. But actually, I can, if I go to...
That's funny. You have a lot of people using this that are using... So a lot of people are just getting value at the fact that you've brought in all these LLMs into one place for people can use it.
Yeah, so this is actually... Now I made a new account, right? So it's... you don't need to do any sign up or whatever. I can just... You can see what your unique user ID is, and you can just store that and just start using it. And then... getting started, like adding balance, I'll do it with Nano.
What is the most used crypto? What crypto are people using the most?
Since last month, it's Monero.
All right. I mean, which makes sense because you're built into Cake, right? So it's like a lot of people are going to be discovering
we've been built into Cake for quite a while, but before it was always Nano, because obviously NanoGPT, right? So Nano, like we put Nano quite front and center. We like Nano. But Monero is just growing incredibly.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was even talking to you guys when you first launched because you were, I think you were Nano only, right, and everything, right?
Yeah. At the start, we were Nano only, and you could like use a swap to add funds. Actually, let me just send in the Nano just so I can demonstrate. Like, it's super easy. Just add some funds, and then you can get started immediately. So send.
Come on, use Monero, bro. It's Monero.
Yeah. So okay, my Monero wallet is not working well at the moment.
Oh shit! Nano's easy to use. It's easy to use.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. But so anyways, you add some balance, and then you can do like audio, video, text, whatever. I won't demonstrate it anymore. I think you get the point.
Yeah.
But so we started Nano only.
It's beautifully made, awesome UX. Seems very seamless. So for somebody who's using this versus using like ChatGPT, what value? It's versus like saying have a ChatGPT subscription versus using this, you end up spending a lot more money going this, like, just being honest, is it like you probably, is it just as affordable
It depends
or
how
not
much you
affordable?
use it. So for example, if I check ChatGPT, the average prompt costs, I don't know how small it is on the screen, costs about 2 cents for
Right.
a
So it depends
prompt,
how
which is the
much.
average.
Right.
So
So if you're a
if you
super power
do,
user, it might make more, like
yes,
you'd probably save money with the subscription on ChatGPT
yeah,
versus,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, you do have the downside of the privacy, of course, and sort of we have the advantage of being able to offer every single model because ChatGPT is pretty nice, but for some situations, it's not the best model for most situations actually nowadays. Um, so then you can just use whatever model is the best, or you can use the auto model where we automatically route to the best model for your query. So for code, it might be like Gemini 2.5. For, I don't know, storytelling, it might be Claude. For very uncensored questions or not suitable for work questions, we might use an uncensored model. So that's one advantage. But yeah, essentially, if you're comparing cost, you have to check how much you use it. So if you do, I think it's like 1,000 queries or less per month on ChatGPT, then on average we will be cheaper. If you do
Okay.
more, then on average we're more expensive.
1,000 per month. Yeah. Yeah. That could
Yeah.
stack up pretty fast in this day and age, right? You're sitting there.
Yeah. So for me, it's kind of, many people also ask like against the free ChatGPT, like how does it compare? And for me, I like free, but at the same time, the way we kind of build our website using our website, and then whenever you do queries, you kind of want to use the very best model every time. And if you use like free ChatGPT, you usually don't get the very best model, or you have like
Yeah.
very low rate limits. So
Yeah.
for me
Yeah.
at this point, it's like I'll gladly spend 5 cents to talk to like a PhD level, whatever researcher on the subject I'm interested in. But yeah, I guess it depends for everyone, right? Whatever your preference is.
Big Booty Latina tipped $1. How does your privacy stack up against Venice.ai?
So Venice, the big difference between us and Venice is Venice only does open source models. And with open source models, you can either run your own models or like use providers that promise they have no logging. We know the provider that Venice uses, or at least that they were using. We use the same for many of our open source models. So then the privacy is actually the same. But if you use, let's say, Gemini, then the prompt ends up getting sent to Google, right? Because there's no way we can run the model ourselves. So it has to go to Google at some point. And you're kind of trusting in Google to not store your prompt indefinitely.
But
So
still, they're
that
storing
part
your
we,
prompt, but they don't know who you are, right? I
yeah,
mean,
exactly. Yeah, so in
as
that
long
case,
as
we're
you're not
like,
like paying for NanoGPT with your credit card or something. But even
well,
then,
even then,
it's,
because we don't
yeah,
pass on that
yeah,
information
the data,
to,
yeah.
no, we just send the prompt that you send, nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
So then it's still pretty private. But then if you use the TEE models that we have, like the ones that are listed in here in like private, I would argue those are actually more private than Venice's models, because in Venice's case, they run on like regular GPUs, like chips, whatever. And they say that they don't log, which, they probably don't, but you kind of have to trust it in a way. With these TEE models, it's fully verifiable from start to end that there is no logging and no one that can see your prompt or alter it in any way. We have a blog post up about it, about these TEE models. I quite like the idea of them, but it's super complicated to integrate. So I would say against Venice, we have like the well-known models. Your privacy there is worse than using the open source ones. We also offer the open source ones. There, our privacy is the same as on Venice. And then we have the TEE models, which I would say is better privacy than Venice. So I hope
Awesome.
that
So
answers.
yeah, so if you're using the open source models, it's the same as in terms of privacy as using Venice, right?
Yeah, honestly, we largely use the same provider, I'm pretty
Right.
sure, which is a no logging provider. We do not keep any logs ourselves. Everything is only stored locally on your device, which Venice also does, I believe. So there it's like pretty much the same. Yeah, I quite like Venice, right? They also have the focus on privacy. I would say the big difference is with Venice, you have a subscription. With us, you just pay only for what you use. With Venice, you have the open source models. We try to just offer every single model that you can think of.
And yeah, so you store the information. So yeah, so like if I'm having a right, because with ChatGPT, it keeps track of all your past prompts and everything, and that could be quite, while not privacy preserving, that could be quite useful, right? Because now it knows things you've talked about in the past. Is that preserved with NanoGPT if you're talking to one LLM, or no? That doesn't happen at all.
No, so within a single
every
chat,
prompt is like you're starting from scratch.
Yeah, or every conversation is at least. So like within a single conversation, you can go like hi to Gemini, and then afterwards you can want to continue with, I don't know, Grok or something, or let's say Claude. Hi. So you can, like, if you switch between models in the same conversation, then they will know what was said earlier. But if you start a new chat, then they have no clue.
Oh, but you can literally, during a conversation, you could switch to another model and it still knows. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, because we send along the history. So when we send a message to Claude here, it gets like the hi that we sent, but it also gets this history.
Okay.
So if you start
so you could effectively, if you start a chat, you could keep it going, and you can get that. You know, if you just had it on some certain theme, whatever, like your health, right? And you keep that chat going, and you ask it all your health questions. You're telling it about your personal health experiences. As long as you keep that chat open and going, it will keep track of all your prior prompts.
Correct. But as soon as you open a new chat, nothing about that old chat gets like sent along. So actually, I can demonstrate like generate. We also have like multi-model mode where you can query multiple models side by side in case you want to like compare their answers or compare an older version to a newer one. So you can go like generate a random number to like all of the models. I'll expand it a bit so you can see all of them. So then you have like 4 different models saying 4 different numbers. And then you go, what number did you generate? And then they hopefully remember what they said. So DeepSeek said 42, Chat said 57, whatever. But then as soon as you do a new chat and you go like, what random number did you generate? It will go, I can generate a random number, but it's a new conversation. So they don't know what they sort of generated in the past. So it's like you can send along as much context as you want. We try to like give you maximum privacy every time you do a new chat. It's completely new for the model. Nothing gets linked together. So yeah.
Shortwave is asking, with the free model, are you able to see questions we ask or prompts given?
No, we never. We literally don't have a database where we would even store these. We literally do not ever see any of the questions, regardless of whether you use a free model, expensive, whatever. The free model is just, we offer it as a sort of intro so that people can try it out. It's usually not the best model that there is, but it's either very cheap for us to run or free, because sometimes providers give us like free access to a model as a sort of, because we become bigger and bigger users, they kind of want to convince us to use them, which is very nice. So then we can offer like a free model just to try it out with. So yeah, that's we never ever store or see the prompts.
Yeah, man, I love this idea. I just love it. I mean, it's great. I have to completely cut ties with the ChatGPT just because, I mean, it is like, it is literally dystopia in the making, right? I mean, it knows freaking everything about you. And
to me, it's like nothing has gone wrong.
With Palantir, with them teaming up with Palantir, right? It's game over. It's freaking game over.
It's the ultimate honeypot, right? Because like what I use these models for, everything. It's like if they wanted to build a profile on me, they would know all my medical stuff, all my, I don't know, relationship stuff, all my financial stuff. And like if you use ChatGPT, then presumably you pay in credit card. It's like linked to your own identity.
Yeah.
I think they often give like difficulty if you use a VPN on ChatGPT. So they can link it to your IP.
They claim that you can delete all your data on ChatGPT.
No longer, actually. So if you, even on our website, we now have a warning on ChatGPT because so OpenAI, they had.
I just looked at it the other day. It was like I was going to delete my account, and it was like you could delete. Wow, so you can't delete your data?
Well, so they had a court order a few days ago, which forces them to store all of the conversations and prompts. I'm not exactly sure why. I think it was like a lawsuit from this copyright thing.
Oh my God.
But they are no longer allowed to just delete the prompts. They're kind of storing everything right now, as far as we can tell.
For a certain amount of time or something?
Well, indefinitely at the moment.
Indefinitely? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Because of a court order that they had us do it? That's...
Yeah. Okay. So with all of the providers that we use, we request like maximum deletion, minimum retention, whatever. Mm-hmm. But with ChatGPT and the OpenAI models, we are now so unsure that we have like this warning. OpenAI may retain and use data sent to this model for training purposes, because like even with our maximum deletion and whatever requested, it seems like they can no longer actually adhere to what they say they're doing because of the court order. So use with caution, I guess.
Jack Mehoff tipped $1. Thank you, Jack. Thank you for all the tips, guys, in general. Very, very generous. And thanks for using ChatGPT. XMRChat. Please, anybody who's trying to comment, please use it. XMRChat.com/MoneroTalk. You don't have to be as generous as these people. You can just send a few cents if you want to get your chat seen. But it's a great way to keep using Monero. This is nice since most people need access to LLMs nowadays, so Monero becomes valuable for everyone. Yeah, I mean, it's a great use case for Monero. It's a way to anonymously pay for privacy-preserving ChatGPT, right? Privacy-preserving AI.
It is.
So you can interact with your AI anonymously paying for it using Monero. It's a beautiful use case. I really do love it.
Thanks.
Neil is tipped $1.23. No offense, but the optimal server-side privacy way to run an LLM is by self-hosting. Good work on growing the Monero adoption. Wishing you the best.
I fully agree. If you like, the perfect privacy for these models is running it locally. That's the very best way, because it never leaves your device, right? So if you check local llama on Reddit, they have like guides on how to set this up. The reason I think what we do is still valuable is, unfortunately, the open source models are not always the best. Like DeepSeek is the best open source model at the moment, but like in the rankings or in like the leaderboards, I think it's like 10th or something in rank. So it's good. If it's good enough for your purposes, then totally go for it. But if you want to use the best model, then unfortunately that's not always going to be an open source model. And also the open source models, I've tried running them. I have a pretty good laptop. And still I had to do like a smaller version of the model because my laptop couldn't handle the big one. And many people just don't have the sort of technical knowledge to set it up or the hardware to actually run it. So I fully agree, like use local models whenever possible, go for it. But I think that's not a sort of full solution yet anyway. Hopefully the open source models get better and at the same time smaller. I kind of think it's unlikely, to be honest.
Another question. Milan has tipped 10 cents. Will NanoGPT ever get an app that you can just speak to?
So we are a progressive web app, which means we're not in the App Store or the Play Store because we don't really like the sort of stuff that they impose on us, and it's hard with crypto and whatever. So we can be installed. I'm not sure how to do it on all devices, but it's pretty easy on iOS and Android. I wrote up a post about it a while back. I'll repost it on our Twitter today for those interested. and that you can talk to. We actually added this yesterday, so you can do voice conversations. So you have real-time chat. Oh, my balance is too low on this one. And it's not very convenient to demonstrate it during a talk anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you can do a real-time voice chat. It's not perfect yet, I think. Well, actually, it does work pretty well, but I want to add more models, and we want to like improve it further. But you could already do this pretty easily. But the chat is a lot more expensive, to be honest. And I don't think it's that great, like doing the voice chat. But if you're interested, like give it a try at nanogpt.com/voice. As you can see, it's not in our sidebar anywhere yet because I don't feel it's good enough yet to release. So like be warned if you play around with it. It's fun, but it's not perfect yet. So
we have 230 live viewers, guys. Like, retweet. Let's get a bunch of more people in here.
By the way, you mentioned XMR Bazaar, or sorry, not XMR Bazaar, XMRChat. So we have this earn page because we kind of want to grow the sort of like not just paying in crypto, but also earning crypto, right? So I was checking what we have in terms of Monero. We have XMRChat listed here as a way to earn like crypto that you can use. Monero Market, XMR Bazaar.
Monero Market's done. You could take them down. They've closed down.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Okay. Man,
XMR Bazaar, obviously, yeah, we're going strong. XMR Bazaar is we'll continue on for sure. Monero Market, yeah, not sure what happened there.
Okay. If there are more suggestions for stuff to add, just anyone in the chat, like suggest it to us, please. We'd love to have more stuff there. You can do it anonymously. You can click suggestions here.
Okay.
And then just send in a message. It arrives straight in our Discord, like our developer Discord, so we can add it pretty quick.
And this is just what is just the collection of ways that people can use crypto, or in general? Oh, yeah, just so to earning crypto.
Yeah. For all the ways, essentially, we want to have more people earning crypto and like using us with crypto. We prefer crypto payments over fiat payments. So for every crypto that we support, we try to add like ways that you can earn it, small amounts, like. For example, mining Monero, it's a way that people earn small bits of Monero. There's ways that you can earn small bits of Nano. We just try to add whatever, and then people can sort of try and figure out ways to earn a bit of it.
Fantastic, man. What's your overall crypto take? Obviously, you're a Nano guy. Are you also a Monero guy? Give us a little bit of your crypto background and overall take.
I'm very much not a maximalist. So I've been in crypto since 2012. So started with Bitcoin, like I guess most of us. Didn't like the way it was going and how it shifted away its focus from actually being used for payments, and also had some doubts about its security and whatever. I think Nano solves those best, to be honest. So I'm most into Nano. It's also what we use as a store of value for our profits. But I am not against Monero in any way. We really like Monero. It feels like I feel like anyone who's against Monero, it's hard to call yourself a crypto enthusiast just because it's a very pure sort of crypto. I feel like people who have Monero usually do it because they believe in using crypto for payments. So no, we really like Monero as well. We accept many different crypto. I can actually show it here.
So you're not holding your Monero as well? You're just holding your Nano?
We hold a little bit of Monero just because we swap it every once in a while, and Monero is used so much that we hold.
I'm surprised you're not holding it then, seeing that it's used that much. I think this will change. I think you'll start holding some of that Monero. That's my prediction.
Let's see.
This is why I wanted to start my own version. I was going to strictly Monero version, but
yeah. It's kind of funny because we try to accept every crypto there is, but some we swap quicker than others.
Okay.
I won't go too deep into it. Like, okay, I'll say Dogecoin, we try not to hold for too long.
Okay.
We sometimes get paid in like Tether. Tether is gone immediately.
Okay.
But yeah, we try to not be maximalist. Like, if we support it, we try to make it the best integration possible. So I think also for Monero, we try to make it so that it's like quickly confirmed. We don't wait for like a ridiculous amount of confirmations. Wherever possible, we do zero confirmations, like BCH, Litecoin. They're all pretty quick. Bitcoin, of course, is not. It's not quick. It's been a bit of a pain in the ass because we keep having people reach out like, why am I not credited yet? And I'm like, well, you use Bitcoin and it's slow. Yeah.
Do you show the stats on the site of usage per crypto?
Let me see. We have our payment statistics, so you can see how the volume is distributed. We release them every month, and you can compare it to like previous months and whatever. So this is I'm not very good at making graphs, as you can tell.
Yeah, a little hard to read. Yeah.
I don't know if I can zoom. Oh, there you go. So it used to be Nano was by far the biggest, and now Monero. You can see this big peak here. It's just grown ridiculously quick. I think Monero usage like tripled in the past month or something. So yeah, we release statistics mostly because we want more people to accept crypto. And one of the things we noticed is it's hard to know what to prioritize because people like try and shill their coin, right? Like ours is really used most, whatever. And then we notice like Solana and Ethereum chains, we thought they would be used a lot. And then we look at the statistics and it's like, no, it's like barely worth it.
Well, this is beautiful to see from a Monero. Yeah. So since you adding Monero, it's just been trending up. And then everything else, and obviously you're Nano first, Nano's been going down against, and now Monero is the most as of May.
Yeah, so it's all relative values here, of course. So it's Nano didn't actually go down in usage. It's just
right. There's just more
ridiculously
Monero
much that it's putting everything else to shame.
Yeah.
But yeah, wow. It's funny to see. We didn't expect it to grow this quickly, to be honest.
Huh. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, you should consider diversifying, not just holding Nano, right? Just for your own, hold some Monero, guys. I mean, it's what the people are using. Keep it in your treasury.
It is very much what the people are using. So in that sense, I agree. But for me,
I mean, do you think Monero is not going to go up in price as much as Nano or in market cap, or what's your underlying thesis here? Why are you more?
So the underlying thesis, we also have a blog post like why we use Nano as our store of value. Essentially, I see many issues with many other crypto in terms of their long-term security, and unfortunately Monero included. I don't want to bash Monero too much.
No, it's okay, man. We take the bet. This is Monerotopia, Monero Talk. We're very open to hearing criticism, and that's also why I'd love to have you come to Monerotopia if you can make it this year. Get you on stage. You could. Have basically be the Nano rep, right? Because I do think it fits in. While Nano isn't going for privacy, it's trying to be digital cash, right?
No, it's true. It's very different use cases. I think. I think most people, to be honest, in Nano also really like Monero because it feels like it's a different niche, maybe. I guess Monero or Nano is not aiming for the privacy that Monero has, and at the same time, both of them are really focused on payments. So. Yeah, no one dislikes Monero, I think, in Nano. And coming to I also wanted to come to Monero Con.
Yes.
But I'm going to too many conferences and whatever lately, and I think my girlfriend is sort of.
I know they're kind of annoying and a waste of time. Right? They're fun in the moment, but it's I don't blame you. I don't blame you. You gotta live your life. Yeah. Yeah. But it is in February. It's in February in Mexico City. Yeah. So maybe by then you'll be ready to come on out again.
I feel like Mexico City is an easy sell. She can come to Mexico City, enjoy herself.
Have you guys been to Mexico City?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay.
2 years ago. 2 years ago, shortly after the conference there.
Okay.
So again, terrible timing. It was for a wedding.
Oh, right. Yeah. You're saying that. Okay.
But so about being the Nano representative, we went to BCH Bliss recently, the Bitcoin Cash conference. And there I actually gave a talk on why I think most proof of work crypto, especially those with ASIC, like that are built on ASIC proof of work, have issues, and why they should consider switching to the sort of proof of stake that Nano does, which is not proof of stake, but like that was the easier explanation. So I would be
that's your core thesis, is that proof of work long term is flawed in terms of a security model versus proof of stake.
Yes, pretty much.
Okay.
I think it's way easier to attack a proof of work coin. In the case of BCH and BTC, you'd have to buy up a lot of ASICs, which is quite a high barrier. In the case of Monero, for me, it's kind of even more risky, just because it's ASIC resistant, right? So you can use regular CPUs. So it would be possible in a way to attack Monero and not actually waste that much value. Like, you don't break your ASICs. It's like CPUs that can be used again for other stuff afterwards. I have long posts on this. I haven't done them in a while, but I think if you search my Twitter, if anyone wants to see the sort of long thread about it, if you search for, I guess, Monero, like on my profile, you'll find sort of the arguments. But yeah, okay. I'm not too fond of proof of work in a way.
There's some. Are you familiar with Xano? What do you think of Xano? The Xano team would agree with you, right? They're trying to move towards. They already are. They're hybrid proof of work, proof of stake. Andre, the lead dev, also one of the guys credited with creating CryptoNote, is a big supporter of the same concept, proof of stake, with relative to proof of work. He's even making a prediction that Monero will one day be proof of stake, which is that blows my mind. But coming from him, I mean, I listen, right? I mean, he's a CryptoNote OG. I don't disregard what he's saying, but you know, the Arctic minds and those people of Monero, they would certainly tell you otherwise. But yeah, are you familiar with Xano and what they're trying to do with proof of stake?
I am familiar with Xano since recently. So I went to ETH Dam, where they, like, a few of the Xano team were also there, and Cell was there, and then BCH Bliss Cell was also there. So talked to him a bit about Xano, I don't know. But I haven't looked too deeply into it, to be honest. But I do think that also Monero and also BCH and also BTC, if they want to survive in the long run, I do think they are going to move to proof of stake. And I think, to be honest, to a form of proof of stake that Nano does, which is sort of proof of stake without the rewards and without the locking up. But yeah, that's a whole more sort of technical talk, which I enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we could also maybe do a full Monero talk too, and you know, we could get into the weeds on this topic and on Nano if you want to do that. I'm certainly open to do
I'd be
that
down.
as well.
Yeah, I enjoy discussing that. That's one of the downsides of running this business now is, first of all, I don't have as much time anymore to look into the actual crypto stuff. So I used to just spend way too much time on crypto itself. And now, to be honest, it feels like I am doing more, or we are doing more with NanoGPT for crypto than I was with like my long posts and whatever. But it is,
dude. I am like, this is a dream come. What you're working on right now, in my mind, is a dream. Perfect product market fit. Like I said, from I remember having the eureka moment of how this would be a great thing. You brought it to fruition, so you should be extremely excited and grateful that you're at the forefront here, and you're doing a great job too. Like it's not like you're doing a shitty version. You're really nailing it.
Yeah, thank you. So, like, both of us are really enthusiastic about crypto, and I think both of us, that's why we love that we can do this full time now, because it feels like this is such a good showcase of like, okay, actually use your crypto. Like, I've run into people at conferences that like have used our service, which is just insanely cool to like find out that there are real people using your service. And some people use our service as a demo for their crypto. So they go like they send them like, you probably do this as well, right? You send someone like $1 in Monero or something. And then people go like, oh, that's so cool. Like, what can I do with it? And like, unfortunately, usually the answer is like, well, what can you do with like $1 of a crypto? And now people go like, well, like look at NanoGPT,
Yeah,
you can
yeah,
access every model there is, whatever.
yeah.
So yeah, it makes me very proud if people use this
And
as like
everybody
a
needs
sort of
AI,
showcase.
right? We can pretend to ignore it, but
Wait, sorry, my sound dropped.
yeah, no worries. I was gonna say, and everybody's
I
gonna
don't
be
hear you
using
anymore.
AI if
No
not
clue
if not
why.
already.
Audio.
Oh, we lost you.
Oh,
You there?
I have to switch off my headphones, I think.
Okay. Do your thing. Do your thing. We have Monero GPT tipped $1. Hold all Moneros, then use it for your own needs. Don't give it back to exchanges. Yeah, you know me, guy. I totally agree with that sentiment. I don't know. I think Milan. I think the team over there will start holding Monero more. Let's see, Mr. Wonder.
Okay, I'm sort of back. I don't
Okay.
know if you can hear me.
Yeah, it works. It's not bad. Mr. Wonderland tip. Where can I? Oh, somebody's asking where can they see the usage statistics?
Not working.
I hear you.
Audio.
I can hear you.
Say something?
Hello, hello. I can hear you.
I think I have to leave studio and come back or something. My sound just suddenly completely dropped out. I don't know why.
Okay.
Sorry.
No worries. We could go ahead and move on with the price report because I don't know how long it may take him to get back up, and maybe he can jump up on viewers on stage or something. We'll see. Oh, here he is.
I'm back. I can hear you. So sorry.
Oh, it works. Okay. All right. So
Yeah.
we could wrap up this segment anyway and move on to price report. But I do have some Mr. Wonderland saying where can he see those statistics? So it's in the app, right?
Yeah, if you go to nanogpt.com/blog or like in the nav bar, in the sort of menu on the left.
And every month you're tracking it. You're putting up the new.
Yeah. Every month we post the previous month.
Super cool. And then MoneroGPT tipped $1. Hold all Moneros, then use it for your own needs. Don't give it back to the exchanges.
We do this partially. We have some providers that accept one accepts Monero and some accept like other crypto, so we can swap our Monero and sort of spend it directly as crypto at least. We would love to see more accepting Monero or other crypto directly. But yeah, we do try to do this to the extent possible.
Yeah, man, come spend it on XMR Bazaar. I see you can go rent a house in Italy. I saw somebody just posted and up in the mountains over there in northern Italy. You go live there for a few months.
No, we actually do try to use crypto like as much as we can, but unfortunately, OpenAI and such don't actually accept Monero.
Yeah, of course, or Nano. But yeah, I think we should do a Monero talk at some point. And yeah, obviously, if you can, we could talk offline. If we could get you down to Monerotopia in February, Mexico City, we'd love to make that happen. Yeah. Love to see what you're doing here. It is amazing. And Nano, I've always, for lack of a better way of phrasing it, ignored Nano. Just because, I was a Monero guy, most interested in what Monero was set out to do, which is to be private, fungible digital cash. Nano, I feel like, is more focused on being scalable digital cash, but not so concerned about the privacy aspect. Correct. In my mind, I see that as being critical to being a digital cash. I think Nano differs. I don't know. Does Nano have any intent on becoming more private?
It is sort of, many people in the community do want Nano to have like privacy as well. So in the long run, I think it will happen. I think so far the reason it hasn't is mostly regulatory sort of fear, I would say. So
right, that's where the Monero bros would be like, you're.
No, I agree.
You're
right?
bending your knee to the regulators, and I tend to agree there, right? So I think that's where the projects differ, right? So Monero's more dedicated at any cost, right? Like we don't care if the regulators don't like it.
I agree. Monero is the more hardcore privacy.
Right.
And I think, to be honest, it's shifting in Nano more towards wanting privacy as well. But you're totally right. They're very different things. And if what you want is privacy, Nano is not the coin. But for payments, honestly, I'll send you like $1 after this talk. Nothing beats using Nano. It's just so nice to use.
Yeah, it's like instant, right? It's instant.
Yeah,
it settles instantly. That is super cool. All right, Milan, we will leave it at that. Guys, check it out. NanoGPT. I know I'm gonna start using it myself, because I really do have to untether myself from the chat GPT before it gets too deep. I mean, it already knows so much about me. It is useful for things to have there and just be able to turn. I guess that's my last question. Usability. So is it as instant? Do you run into more scenarios, like situations where even if the internet connection is relatively good, that it takes perhaps more time to get responses?
Yeah, so not really. So it's quite funny because yesterday, I think it was, or the day before, there was this big internet outage where many websites like Cloudflare had issues, Google had issues, ChatGPT itself had issues, and we were not impacted at all, just because we sort of have, for every model, we also have fallbacks. So for ChatGPT, we can use OpenAI directly, or like Azure, which also hosts.
All right, so potentially it's more reliable and fast.
I would honestly say it's more reliable. Faster is not always like that. Depends on the day, sort of,
right,
and on the model as well. But the UX should be good. If it isn't, like, let us know what we need to improve. We work hard on this every day, so we love to hear what could be better.
All right, man. Congratulations on it. I think it's great. Guys, check it out. And we're super excited to see Monero is the most used. And I hope it continues to be. I mean, I see no reason not why it wouldn't be unless Monero fails in some way. So thank you so much, Milan. And we'll be in touch. You're more than welcome to stick around for viewers on stage if people have questions. Otherwise, I'll catch up with you another time. And like I said, maybe we could have you on a full Monero talk.
I'll stay around and just listen. But thanks.
All right, buddy. Awesome, fantastic. All right, let's go to price, because I dragged Bawdy in here early, thinking that I needed a wingman. So let me move ahead to price report with Bawdy. Here we go.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by Exolix, a privacy-focused, non-custodial instant crypto exchange. Go to exolix.com to enjoy secure and completely anonymous swaps with no KYC or sign-up. Swap between Monero and 2,000 plus assets at the most competitive rates and with no limits. Exolix.com, your fast and secure way to privacy.
Hey, what's up, Tuck?
All right, buddy, what's going on, man?
Just chilling, man. Enjoying the interview here. I actually used the shit out of ChatGPT or NanoGPT. So.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, like pretty regularly send them messages. Actually, the only thing that I would ask is if they could integrate, and I guess I wish he was kind of still here on stage.
Let me try to bring it back up. Let's see. He might be responding. Milan, if you're there.
I'm here.
Hey. The only like real major thing that I could ask for is if you guys had a way to contact you natively inside the app, where I could send you a message and be like, "Hey, this conversation, take a look at this. This little thing went wrong here." Because I send you guys feedback pretty often on Twitter, and I feel like it would be nice sometimes in certain conversations to not have to expose my identity, but still point out that there was a problem there.
So we have this now. If you have a message, there's a sort of triangle with an exclamation mark to report a bug, which then gets sent straight into like our Discord with like, this is an error, check this out. And you can add as much or little information as you like. So you can type something, you can attach the message if you want to, and you can attach a screenshot, I think. And you can, if you want to, attach how you want to be contacted, but there's no need to. And then we get it in our developer Discord. But it isn't like back and forth yet, which would be even better, of course. And then we have the same for the suggestions. That's a sort of, it works the same way as the bug report.
Oh, okay, right on. Yeah, I guess I haven't been astutely observing the changes to the icons at the bottom. But
Yeah, we make too many changes too quickly. It's like I don't know, 50 commits a day. So we
No, that's great,
sometimes
man.
we need to make it clear what's been changed and what's been added. So you're right.
Honestly, I'm one of those users that even if you gave me a pop-up that said we changed all of this stuff, I'd be like, I don't care X, and I wouldn't look at it, and then I'd probably send
Yeah.
you a message a week later being like, hey, y'all should add this. Be like, yo, we sent you, like, we gave you a pop-up.
I mean, we should make it clear enough that it's there, right? That's on us, I think, to improve the UX. So I'll see how we can make it clearer. Maybe make the triangle thing red or something.
No, I'm just retarded. Don't worry, man. It's definitely not a problem.
But thanks. It's good to know that was a good change to make.
Cool. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. But any other questions for him, or?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and take Milan off stage. He's welcome to hang out. I hope he does. Shortwave is saying, tip 10 cents. I'm the crazy person who just used AI for the first time recently because I demand the ability to use false models. Yeah, no, we know, Shortwave. You are very principled. You're also the guy who prices everything in Monero on XMR Bazaar and tells everybody else to price it in Monero. And we greatly respect your principled approach to things. Bawdy, man, go ahead, take it away. Unless you got some small talk you wanna throw out there first.
No, I don't think so. I guess I could like just throw a quick opinion about some of this LLM stuff. I have tried to run local LLMs. They're okay if you just want something to like kind of spit some words back at you, or maybe you want some like syntax evaluation on very simple code. But unless you have like two 4090s and you can at least run something like Llama 3.0, which actually was reasonably good. I say reasonably good, but not truly good. You're just not getting the same quality. Like if you need to do real work and you need real answers and you need, like the other thing, maybe you could use something like Llama for that you could run locally, like realistically run locally without a $100,000, $500,000 GPU cluster, right? To run like 3.1 or something. Is if you could use it for like document syntax parsing, you know, so like maybe you've got some long legal document, or you want it to like parse some medical documentation, maybe blood tests or something, and you want to like arrange it in a CSV. Like you can do that kind of stuff. It's still kind of error prone. The latest models, like the absolute latest models, Gemini Pro, for example, Claude 4 with extended thinking, and obviously O3. You know, these models are getting actually pretty reasonably good at doing limited amounts of code. So like if you have an architecture and a spec and you have a function, hey, write this function for me, you're still going to have to review it. And there's probably still going to be a mistake or two there. But all I'm saying is that, yeah, I mean, this notion of, hey, I'm going to run a local AI model on my CPU, you can, but it's a quant model and the outputs are garbage. All you're going to get is something that tells you, that kind of spits out some words at you. Which is why something like NanoGPT is the next best thing you can do. You can access it over Tor, you can pay with Monero, and you know, you can, if you're really afraid of like typing stylism, right, your keyboard analysis, right, you can like write it somewhere else and then paste it. You could paste that into NanoGPT. So you can maintain some level of reasonable privacy. Obviously, that still requires scripts, and scripts are how you get pwned on Tor, but you know, at least you're better than just like having a script subscription straight up to Google or whatever. So yeah, anyways, that's my rant on LLMs.
Yeah, it seems like it's also it's the easiest thing to do. But you're saying if you're running your own models, you just don't have enough compute power to really benefit from it. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
What I'm saying is that unless you want to spend $100,000 or more on a GPU cluster, you're going to have a really hard time running the actually top of the line models that can produce good work for you.
And that's always going to be the case, right? So you'll always,
And everyone's like, oh, I'm running this incredibly advanced model on my CPU. You can do it now. We figured it out. It's like, no. That's a quant model, and the outputs are really, really degraded in terms of their quality and reliability. So
that is very good to know.
DeepSeek might have overcome that to some extent, but I use the best models that are available, and it's still like if you're doing advanced work, you're still gonna like you have to be really careful with how you use these things. They're not.
What are your preferred models?
If I'm doing code, I generally like to use Gemini Pro. If I'm doing kind of an architectural discussion, really any of them are pretty good. O3, Gemini, and Claude 4 Opus. Often I will actually like put the same prompt into 2 different models just to see what they output. Probably Gemini, if you're doing code, Gemini Pro is just, I haven't seen anything that is at that level. Like, Claude is close, but I see Claude tell me stuff, especially when it comes to maybe obscure tools. Like I was trying to use some database the other day, and Claude was confidently asserting the absolutely like opposite of the truth. And then after going back and forth and doing some testing, I finally realized it was Gemini that had it more correct. So anyways, there's a lot more to be said about how to use these things in a way that's like congruent with what they do. There's a lot of arguments that's just completely tangential to like how you should actually be using this as a tool. But, you know, we won't get too deep into that at the moment. Maybe I could talk about it later or something.
All right. Well, let's take it away. Price. It looks like Monero was starting to come back up again a little bit relative to others, but I think the whole crypto market itself took a step down. But yeah, tell us all about it, man. Oh yeah, let me bring it up.
Should be good now.
Boom. There we
go. Yeah. Okay. So we're looking here at the 1 hour chart on Monero, and can you make sure to put the charts on full screen for this segment, Doug?
Yeah. Doop. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Awesome. Okay, so yeah, we're looking here at the 1 hour chart for Monero, and our price hasn't actually been doing that great for the past week. I think I left you guys off. Let's see, it was Saturday. No, it was Sunday. Yeah, we left off right around here, and I was kind of saying, hey, you know, this looks reasonably okay. Little bit of an odd structure, kind of like a double bottoming. Right here had been a double bottoming, but now that's kind of like a triple bottom, I guess. This isn't exactly the kind of best price action that I'd want to see to hope, you know, that we're going more upside here. At the same time, you know, again, I think Monero's going to generally follow whatever the rest of the market does. Whoever that dude was that was buying all the Monero, it seems like he's either slowed down or reversed his position, or maybe there's just Monero holders out there that have been waiting. It's possible that there are people out there that have been waiting for a long time to get back to some reasonable price to sell it. You know, so the speculators out there could be causing a little bit of consternation at the moment. This doesn't like this is not a show is over kind of thing. It would be a little bit odd to me to actually get back down here to this like 240 level, but you know, in a kind of like, I don't want to say bear market, but you know, in any kind of like crash scenario or market consternation, let's just say, right? Flash crashes, etc. Like you could see Monero coming back down to this level potentially. I think a lot of it just depends. I'm not gonna lie, guys. A lot of it probably depends on what that guy who lifted that 300 million Bitcoin, and you know, a lot of it probably depends on whether he intends to stay or she intends to stay in Monero or not. So I hate to say that at the moment, but a lot of this pump was induced by that event. So you have to understand that, you know, that the nature of how the price plays out here for Monero could also be influenced by their intentions. So, yeah, just keep that in mind. Then again, you know, the sell side liquidity was so thin down here that it's, you know, again, it's difficult to think that if price gets down here that it could stay there for long, right? If price gets down to that $240, $230 level, it's probably going to be the case that a lot of people are going to be looking at that saying, oh, there was my chance, you know, Monero's finally broken out. I can actually get back in, right? There's going to be a lot of heavy buying pressure down here. So, yeah, I mean, I think that we have reasonably good supports at the 230, 240 level. It would be a little bit dire to get all the way back down there. I shouldn't say dire, you know, that's just me being colorful with my language, but it wouldn't it wouldn't exactly be a happy moment. You know, you kind of want to hang on to some of these gains and then try and keep pushing towards the upside, which is reasonably possible, right? I actually don't have any opinions about where the Monero price goes here, and I usually try not to be too focused on trading Monero, as I've told you guys before. So I really trade other stuff, not Monero. Mostly I just, you know, if I have gains, I'll move them into Monero. Okay, so we're looking here at the Bitcoin versus Monero price on the 4-hour. And yeah, it looks like we're effectively, this would actually be a reasonably good chart, technically speaking, right? To say that, from TA analysis to say that, hey, there's a good chance that we form some kind of bottom, maybe try to come towards the top side. I would say, though, that in terms of Monero breaking out relative to Bitcoin's price, there is going to have to be some period of time here before, like, of consolidation, before I think we could really break towards the top side. So, for example, getting above this level, right, that upper standard deviation level that was just formed, and then obviously this line right here, if you guys remember where that horizontal level of significance, the reason that we have that goes all the way back to like 2018 effectively. Let's go to the weekly chart. That would be more apparent. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so you can see that this line right here is there, or sorry, it doesn't go back to 2018. It goes back to the last bull market, so 2021. So it probably will take some consolidation before the XMR versus BTC ratio can actually overcome this line. When I say some consolidation, I mean like, maybe a period of months, potentially weeks if we're lucky, but more likely probably months. So I don't think I see anything else here necessarily that looks of interest for the Monero chart. Let's take a look at the hash rate. So hash rate seems to basically be doing the same thing. We had the big spike with the release of Tari, and then seems that hash rate has kind of come back down, but it's only come back down to the place where we left off. So, and it's actually still slightly above. So I guess I was kind of hoping we would hang on to the hash rate gains from Tari, but maybe a bunch of people jumped in there excited, and then maybe there were some issues with Tor and all that, and so some people left that. Probably a great way. Like, I mean, there's a reasonably good chance that Tari is going to price perform, at some point here. Most new coins do, and Tari is the new like private smart contracts platform. And while we, have hopes out for Darkfire or whatever, like they're still, they still haven't released a production, chain yet. So with that, we could actually look at the Tari price. So Tari price actually almost looks kind of like the hash rate, where it had a big boost and then it kind of came back down. So probably get on XMR Bazaar. You could probably find some Tari on there. I think they added it to some other exchange as well. I can't remember. Was it MEXC? I don't think it was MEXC. There's another exchange out there. If someone knows what it is, they can sing out. But just go buy it on XMR Bazaar, right? Fuck the exchanges, right? Exchange. If you want to get into Tari, either mine it and contribute to Monero's hash rate, or go find someone that's selling it on XMR Bazaar and just deal with them directly and cut the exchanges out of that equation if you can. Maybe there's even Tari. I don't know. Is there Tari on Reto? I have no idea. Anyhow, that would be interesting if there was Tari on Reto. So, again, use the tools that we have. Okay, Monero transactions also sitting here around, the 20,000, 25,000 area, sort of seems to be oscillating in between that. So we've come back down a little bit from where we were previously back in January, February, March. It seems like we were 25 to 30. We're in a little bit of a lull here. Things in general for crypto feel kind of like they're in a little bit of a lull. LOL and LUL and a lull. So yeah, things have kind of like meandered towards the downside, flat, whatever. Bcash seems like it's done a little bit of movement towards the upside recently. So Bcash is one of the better performers as of the past, let's just say week or so. Could look at Bitcoin here. So we're on Bitcoin 1 hour. Why don't we actually go to the longer time frame here? Maybe the daily. That's too long. 4 hour. So we've been talking about this structure for a while. Effectively, earlier this year when Bitcoin made its new all-time highs, it set a new set. It set a new set of upper standard deviation bands, these blue bands that I just drew out there, right? And usually that's going to act as support, right? You've broken out. You've actually shown the propensity for breaking out, maybe even a little bit too far. Right back here, and then you come back down, you touch this area, you only touch it, you don't hang out down there, you touch it, and then you try to get higher. So at the moment, this is not quite as strong as it could be, but it's still not terrible, right? Like overall price is still tending to be here after coming down here, so that's a higher low. This kind of movement would be extremely reasonable to do something like that. So we're probably, and with the way that Bitcoin price has unfolded for like the past 2 years, we are probably in a consolidation phase. We are probably in a poke it with a stick and it's going to do nothing for like a few weeks here kind of phase. You could probably swing trade this if you want, right? You could swing trade this range right here. That might that might yield you some productive profits if you're so inclined to be a trader. We've got this new war that apparently kicked off, and I feel like the markets, like, they just don't want to believe it's over. And even the insiders, like, I don't think they want to believe it's over. So you have to understand there's always more money to be made on the long side than on the short side. Because if something goes up 10x, right, in value or in price, at least, value is subjective or whatever, but if something goes up 10x, like, you just 10x your money on zero leverage, right? You have no leverage. You bought the thing and it went up 10x, right? If you short something, hypothetically, yeah, you could do it on leverage, and but really you only stand to gain the amount of money that your counterparty has invested. And after that, you have to go through the courts. If you're doing like futures trading, you have to go through some sort of intermediary through the courts to take everything that they have. But everything that they have has a limit. But the amount of money that can be printed, or the value that something could go, a new company, right, like, that actually does something real, like say an Uber or whatever, right, the latest thing, a company can go from a very small valuation to billions and billions of dollars, and your investment can do 100x, can do 1000x, right? The point is that shorting the market always has less return than longing the market. So, like, the mentality of the big finance bros is they generally want to be long. They generally want to take loans and print money, and, like, if things can keep going, they want it to keep going. So at the moment, I'm going by feels here, guys. I really am, in a big way, kind of going by feels, but I do have a couple indicators of that. So oil has actually come back up, and I don't know if you guys remember, but we did talk about this for maybe like in the past week or so. We said, oil is actually holding its own here. It seems to be consolidating, and if it ends up recovering, right, if it ends up getting back into the zone, the lifeblood of the military-industrial complex, this could indicate good news for stocks, right? The other thing that we need to keep in mind here is that the Trump tariffs got struck down by a federal court. They appealed that, and the appellate court said, well, keep them in place for now, but we're going to review this. Both sides can present their case. We thought that was going to take 6 to 9 months, but they fast-tracked it. So the court has said they're going to hear this case, even though the Trump tariffs are still in place. And again, remember we talked last week, this is a framework of tariffs. There's like a whole bunch of different laws that they drew on to make these tariffs. The new ones, many of the new ones that they've been implementing, a lot of them were based on this law that doesn't even mention tariffs. And so the lower, one of the federal courts struck it down, specifically because of, hey, this is unconstitutional. You exceeded your authority. This legislation doesn't give you the authority to do that. And I know they don't have the authority anyways, always, but from that paradigm, right, from the putting your legal hat on here and your market analysis hat, the court said, okay, we're going to keep those tariffs in place just to not cause market turmoil or whatever. It's called emergency relief, is what the Trump administration sought and got a couple weeks ago. But the court said, hey, we're going to fast track this case. We're going to hear it before the end of the summer. So, like, I don't know, mid-July, end of July. And so the point is that the market is looking at the situation saying, yeah, okay, we still technically have the tariffs in place for another couple months, but that shit's probably, maybe it'll go away, right? Probably the appellate court is going to uphold the decision of the lower court and keep those tariffs, say that those tariffs are unconstitutional and strike them down, right? Whereas before, the market was looking at, well, I don't know when this court is going to hear this case. It could take 9 months. It could be until next year, and the tariffs are rolling the entire time, right? That was negative. But the fact they kind of bumped that up, and the market just doesn't want to believe that it's over. The market doesn't want to think that there's a macro crash in the cards here. The market wants things to keep going up. And so I think they probably will. Ultimately, for the meantime. I know it's like that. That's a lot of feels, right? I'm inputting a lot of feels into that shit. So it's just keep that in mind. But sometimes, markets are not rational. So any of you that have the rational market hypothesis, get that out of your heads. That's not how markets work. Anyways, in terms of feels, you can see that the NASDAQ almost set new all-time highs this week. They were very, very close, just within like 1% of new all-time highs. Probably there needs to be some consolidation at this level. So again, we're probably looking at something like that. There was, all of this was the big bounce back from when we said, hey, things are getting problematic. The Trump tariffs looks like they're going to cause problems. And then Liberation Day, right? And then suddenly, oh, wait, Liberation Day is on hold. And then everything comes back, right? So we kind of tracked all that in real time. We were just ahead of the curve. here on the show, just ahead of it, except for the crash. Actually, we kind of nailed the crash from talking about that in January and calling for end of March, early April to be that time frame. But yeah, after that, things got kind of basically dependent on what the administration wanted to do, and it's a crazy way for markets to unfold. But they're insider trading the shit out of that, and they know that they can't. So, anyways, yeah, we're probably looking at some consolidation here. We've got certain levels here, statistical levels. These are typically going to hold. All we need here is consolidation. We don't need we don't even need this thing to like go back down here. Like normally other charts, I would say, hey, we might need to come revisit here, but this is the stock market, so you have to understand the individual chart that's that we're talking about here. It's even possible that this thing could, instead of consolidating here, it's totally possible it could do something like this, right? That's also possible. With the Iran war starting to kick off, right? The Israelis attacked Iran. That's why the oil price pumped, by the way. It's kind of funny. It's obviously the primary driver of this candle here. Was the fact that Israel attacked Iran, and then there's a question mark. Well, Iran has the Persian Gulf, or they're next to it, and could they set up a bunch of mines in the Persian Gulf and start taking out oil tankers? Who knows? Obviously, that would expand the scope of the war and get the United States involved, which is, I think, what the United States wants to do. But sometimes these things happen, and then they just blow over. Like, Israel hits Iran, Iran kind of hits Israel. They're like, fuck you, fuck you, Tony. Right. They kind of do that for a minute and then things cool down. So I don't really know, but it's kind of there's a dangerous situation going on here in terms of, in terms of warfare and whatnot. So yeah, we'll just have to wait and see how that plays out. I guess I need to think about how that might affect markets some more, but it does look okay. That pushed oil up and the Trump tariffs are on the ropes, and, there's probably still optimism. So at any rate, the macro crash thesis is kind of still off the table for the moment. That doesn't mean that markets have to go up next week. Again, we're looking at more likely than not some level of consolidation here. But, it could actually just get to here, and maybe it doesn't need, Bitcoin could just start going up from here and not actually take another round trip to the downside. So in other words, consolidation with a slight upward bias is effectively what I'm trying to communicate here. So I wouldn't be shorting this market, right? If anything, I would not be shorting this market, guys. It's probably not a good idea. I wouldn't be selling my cryptos here. I wouldn't be selling my risk assets. At least just hold your positions for now. There's no reason to do anything. Let's take a look at commodities. I actually added this right here. So these are over. This is the RISI is apparently, I just found this out in the past couple of days. RISI is apparently a spattering of commodities, right? It's supposed to be representative of the various market caps of the different commodities, like market caps, using that term loosely. But the relative market size of the different commodities. So yeah, of course, this thing has upticked in the past few days. It makes sense, right? There's a war out. Same thing like when the Ukraine war happened. That global shipping and commodities extraction and refinement is going to become that much more difficult, and the uncertainty of the situation also starts getting priced in. So it wouldn't surprise me to see commodities start to go up. That would actually that would weigh on inflation, right? That would cause inflation to increase, probably, right? That would make these inflation numbers, even more sticky and probably take a tick up. I wouldn't be surprised at all at this point if the inflation starts going up. There's a Fed meeting next week. They're probably not going to say anything. I don't know. Maybe they'll lower rates. I don't know what the market view is on whether they're going to lower rates or not. My guess is they're not going to lower rates. They're just going to keep everything where it is. But the markets are starting to get a little overheated, and we have these commodities starting to tick up here. So perhaps, but I mean, it's really look at this chart. This is 2025. Commodities have been at this level already. So it's probably nothing, right? I don't think the Fed is really going to say anything or do anything of that much importance. Okay, so we've covered. What we didn't cover last week was bonds. Let's look at bonds. See what the bond market's telling us, if anything. Isaac Anholtz, don't worry, bro. I'm not a pro. I'm just a fucking idiot. I thought I made that clear when I was talking to the Nano guy, and I told him I was a retard. So don't worry, bro. Keep your panties on for now. Okay, Shortwave Surfer actually gave us a tip. I don't know if Doug, if you want to put Shortwave Surfer's comment up here. Oh, wait, that's Shortwave Surfer tipped. Shortwave Surfer 2009 tipped 10 cents. I'm the crazy person who has just used AI for the first time recently. No. There's another one. So we've got Okay, so Paranoid tips 4 cents. Can we get a no JavaScript version of NanoGPT? That's a great question. I have no idea. We'd have to ask our bro. I would say probably that's going to be really difficult, or it's going to be really like clunky to use. I have to imagine it would be incredibly clunky to use because they've got to render it, so you've got to do like markdown formatting. So I guess you could probably just do markdown locally, but again, that's probably JavaScript. So yeah, that's probably going to be difficult. Shortwave Surfer 2009 tip 10 cents. Monero has done exactly what it was supposed to do. Back to the 60-day SMA. It was way too high. Wait, bro, I thought 60 days. I thought you were using a different SMA. Let's go take a look. Actually, let's go to this chart. I always hate going to my quad chart on live because then you guys get to see, you get to snoop on what I've been looking at lately. Apparently, I was looking at Tron. Okay, let's go to XMR USD. And then let's drop into here the SMA moving average simple, just for funsies. All right, so there's 9. Let's go to 60 on the days. Oh, that's not a very dark line, bro. It wasn't. I don't remember what it was, but it wasn't the 60-day. It was the 1 year, wasn't it? You were using the 300-day or like the 365-day, the 1 year moving average, I thought. But yeah, I mean, you are always going to drop back to like the moving averages are a magnet, right? They are a magnet for price, mean reversion, if you want to put it technically. Let me overlay something here. If I could type, okay. No, we want to do just the regular one. Yeah, we'll do both of those. All right, this will take just a second to load. And I got to do a little thing here. Sorry, I know dead air, right? They say don't ever have silence on the air, never dead air. Yeah, so the moving average clusters, you can see what we're looking at here. They tend to be mean reversion, a magnet for price, and you'll notice that that's kind of what Monero did for a very long period of time, right? It basically just occupied the big, broad moving average clusters. And over long periods of time, yeah, especially with stable assets. With trending assets, moving averages become less useful, especially assets that are very exponential like the stock market. So if we drop down here into the 1 hour and we just look at things in terms of the moving averages, I'm not seeing anything too interesting. Maybe 2 hour time frame. Yeah, there's really not too much here useful, interesting on the moving averages. There's kind of this cluster, but it seems to be dissolving, right? That moving average cluster is already dissolving. So I guess nothing to see there, folks, except for the 60-day. Now it's the 60-day moving average. Hey, but by the way, like shortwave, I'm just joking with you. Like, it is a good idea if the market profile changes to also adjust your parameters, right? So if you're like, hey, Monero market has been stable for a very long time, the price has been stable and now we're trending, let me update the way that I go about this. That's a good thing, right? The ability to pivot, to reanalyze, and to augment and improve, etc. Those are the kinds of things that are going to help you make better decisions rather than getting married to some particular schema, if you will. We have another super chat here from Big Booty Latina. Doug, if you want to put that one on screen, I'll grab that one as well. All right, Big Booty Latina tipped $1, a whole $1. Shit, did you get that on the poll? MN lawmaker and her husband, Minnesota lawmaker and her husband assassinated in their homes. Can civil unrest go higher? What do markets do? Well, I'll tell you what markets do. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. Remember, we established early on, I'm a retard and I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I saw that headline this morning. Someone impersonating was that the same one where someone was impersonating a police officer and went and shot like 2 or 3 different, I don't know, lawmaker, Congress people. But they were impersonating a police officer and they opened their door and then just got wasted. So there's like a manhunt going on for that person. And it's like, wow, that's dangerous shit. Like, that's actually like when there's copycat people that do crimes all the time. So if someone goes and starts copycatting those crimes and like one side reacts and the other side reacts and then the things just like devolve, then Palantir can make their database because it's violence, right? And it seems like violence instigation is the name of the game for the past, I don't know, let's just say like 5-6 months now. Like, the tariffs themselves are an instigation of violence. That's what taxation is. And now we've got there was obviously the Gaza tragedy, genocide happening, and then now there's Israel and Iran, and obviously America is like going to do what Israel says, and they're like trying to pretend like there's some neutrality, but then Trump's like, we told them to make a deal. It was the best deal ever that they were ever going to get. And now it's going to get worse for them, and stupid shit. Right. Like, and then they're deporting people, and then they're like shipping bricks into LA so that people can start, vandalizing, and the feds can go in there and vandalize and instigate. And it's just like, it's a big fucking, it's a clusterfuck, guys. That's what's going on there. So what does that mean for markets? It means uncertainty, but destruction also implies some level of rebuilding. So the best I could tell you at the moment, probably commodities go up. Oh shit, we didn't even talk about gold. Like gold, take a look at gold. Like gold, this is bullish, guys. Gold, this is a bullish pattern here. And it's crazy to me because, as we've talked about, the purple line up here at the top effectively represents a macro typically in most assets, especially long established assets. This purple line right here typically represents a macro top for the asset. So, I mean, I guess this thing could hypothetically just kind of like continue on riding this line. I don't really ever see that. Usually it hits this line for maybe somewhere between a day and a month, and then it'll end up reversing, right? And not getting back there. But it's also extremely possible that we have entered fundamentally new territory. These tariffs are a fundamentally different thing than the market has seen for decades. It's very possible that we are entering some kind of new fundamental territory when it comes to the just comes to the markets and the macro and everything. So we just got to keep that in the back of our minds right now. Like, it's the signal here is telling us that something is different this time. So it's not that like my hopium wants to tell you something is different this time and gold's going to 10,000, right? Because I have gold. It's more like the indicator that the statistical analysis is telling us, hey, this usually doesn't happen. Something fundamentally is likely driving this. It's probably more than just speculation. So, all right, let's go to bonds. I said we'd look at bonds, even though they're the most boring part of the price report. Maybe you guys can debate which is the most boring part of the price report. Yeah, so the yield curve continues to uninvert slowly. And nothing interesting here is happening with bonds. If there's a macro crash coming, maybe this shit could just take longer than we thought, right? So that's one of the like problems with the macro crash and looking at these patterns. These are extremely long patterns. So we can say, hey, it usually happens between X and X. So we kind of entered that window like last November, but it just didn't matter because the Bitcoin president and the hype. And then he comes in and makes the tariffs, right? And then there's the tariff scare and things look like it might start to macro crash, but then like, it's like, no, just kidding. We're not going to do that. Then we've also got this situation where the M2 money supply just keeps shooting up, right? So I really, really wish I could get a real-time estimate on the M2 because this is delayed by like a month. We are looking at like a month-long delay, and there are people that do estimates, but you have to pay a lot of money to get onto like Bloomberg Terminal or some of the other places that actually do the M2 money estimates. And basically the economy follows what the M2 is doing. We have this interesting situation where the Fed has been selling off their balance sheet, right? So obviously, this was the C word event back in 2020. Massive expansion of the M2 money supply, but it's been bleeding off ever since, right? They've been selling that, and that's a very large amount. That's from $9 trillion down to $6.5 trillion of Federal Reserve balance sheet, and primarily this is mortgage-backed securities. If you remember, probably some other stuff got mixed in there. Actually, I don't really know, but you'll notice like the sell-off here of the Federal Reserve balance sheet also corresponds with this sort of like flattening out of the housing market. Like there has been barely a new higher high, and it doesn't look like this year that a new higher high or barely a new higher high is going to be made in terms of the cost of housing. So probably that's kind of good in a certain way for inflation because rents and housing was apparently like part of that, big part of that. Maybe I'm remembering wrong. At any rate, it's an interesting dichotomy that we're seeing that the M2 is going up. So that's giving support to risk assets, stock markets and crypto, et cetera, even as the housing market is not making similar gains. In fact, if your paradigm was to buy real estate and buy houses and flip houses and all that, that paradigm has been on hold for like quite a period of time here. Like really ever since the top of the market in 2021, early 2022. Since then, it's been much harder to do that. And the reason probably is because the Federal Reserve is selling off their toxic mortgage-backed securities, some of them, right? So that's making it harder for the housing market to go up. There's probably all kinds of insider shady dynamics that are going on there that I'm not aware of. Yet I digress. Let's go ahead and finish off by taking a look at the privacy shitcoins. Here's Xano. Cool. Xano's doing a thing. Make your own decisions. Pirate Chain hasn't done anything either. I don't think anyone's even trying to poke it with a stick. They're all just like hoping and praying that, you know, that something like this happens, but I wouldn't count on it at this point. Other privacy coins are now coming into the space, right? I don't even know why I still have Daro here. I just don't have anything else. I'll replace this with Tari, but for now we need the full price history on Tari, you know, which goes back just 1 month, and it's not on exchanges yet. So we got to look at Tari this way instead of a nice, beautiful consolidated way. And then Zcash has had a pullback. How much has it pulled back? Just a measly 20%, nothing. Just 20%. That's not much. And I think that's actually how much Monero's pulled back, if I'm being totally honest. From the top there, 26%. Yeah, but you know, also Zcash didn't get the kind of pump that Monero got although they certainly looks like they kind of tried, right? The thing that you have to realize with Zcash is that they have these very, very large oscillations. And obviously, you know, we kind of know why that is. There's really no need to get into that here at this particular moment. And then there's the Xano versus XMRChat, not really doing anything. Xano had a big move. And I mean, honestly, guys, why? Like, who cares? Like, why would you care about Xano at this point? Like, eventually, there's going to be contracts and stuff built out on Tari to do exactly what you can do on Xano, but you don't have to do like the atomic swaps gymnastics. You could probably just build a DEX. If they can do everything that ETH can do, and if they can do what Sol can do, then you can build a DEX. You can build a private smart contracts DEX on Tari. Quote me on that, because obviously I have studied this extremely deeply. I haven't. But the point is that if it's true, right, if what Ricardo's saying is true, that basically Tari, they designed it not as an assets platform, but as a smart contracts platform, then there's just no reason for Xano. I just can't see why you would care, right? Because you can natively trade all the stuff on Tari relative to your tokens, right? Relative to your meme coins and such. So anyways, Xano guys, Xano bros are going to probably hate all of that stuff that I just said, but whatever. I don't think, let's check here. Do we have any more questions? Nope, there's no XMR chats. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see anything in the chat here on YouTube either. All right, I guess that's all I got for you, Doug. If you want to come back and move the show along, hit the news. A lot of news.
Hello, buddy. There? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hold up. Let me switch my... Okay, here we go. All right. Thank you as always. Yeah, I think we got all the super chats, right?
Yeah, we did.
All right, man. So, yeah, calling for, what'd you say, 240 for Monero? Oh.
No, that's not what I took away, then I'm obviously doing a bad job with the way I present information.
No. You're talking about if it retraced, that would be its, next stable ground, right?
Yeah, there should be. You have to expect that there would be a lot of buying down there. Like,
okay.
It was the case at this level that the sell side liquidity, people that were interested in selling Monero had just nearly evaporated. There was so little sell volume or sell liquidity on the books that the only thing price could do ultimately was go up. And of course, it spiked up because of some hack, but probably some hack or some buyer at some point was going to come and buy up that liquidity anyways. So the point is that this right here is going to have a lot of buying support, right? There's going to be people that either sold this and want to get back in, or people that feel like they missed the boat, right? That kind of dynamic. Monero has a few extra eyes on it because it performed so well for a period of time. Everybody knows what Monero is now. Almost everybody respects it except for the absolute most degenerate laser eyes. Most of the laser eyes actually now respect Monero reasonably well, except for a couple that are just, well, they're autistic, and they're not even autistic. They just hide behind, they're like Elon Musk, who isn't really Asperger's, but just kind of uses it for their social awkwardness. Yet I digress.
So big picture though, you see the market event falling off a cliff at some point, like the broader market.
It always does. It's going to at some point eventually,
but
that will
somewhat near point.
No, what I said is that we're right now, for the foreseeable future, for the next, let's say, weeks, perhaps a couple months, markets either need to consolidate, but with some positive upward pressure, right? I see consolidation in the future here, but things could also potentially break out. A lot could depend on what happens geopolitically. A lot could depend on news events and where the whole Iran-Israel thing goes, and what happens with the tariffs ultimately in the courts. But for the meantime, in the near-term horizon, it's the name of the game is neutral to slightly positive.
And I haven't been paying close attention to this, but it seems like they're talking about a potential new Fed chair and stuff, right? Getting appointed.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't think Trump can actually remove Jerome Powell. I think that he can ask him to resign, and Powell could oblige, or he could not oblige. And so far, Powell has said no. So he might.
But if that were the case, that would be kind of very predictable lower and lower interest rates, I would think, right?
Yeah, if that happened, he's probably going to put a guy in there that's going to drop the interest rates, and that's actually becomes concerning if they start dropping interest rates, because that follows the pattern of leading into macro crash, right? As interest rates start going down, eventually the market turns south. Usually they start lowering interest rates because they see the disaster coming and they're trying to get ahead of it. And I say that from like a certain paradigm, like they make the disaster, they know what's happening, they're like managing it all the way down. So. Just know when I say things like that, there's kind of like two sides to see that. Like there's kind of a foot in both paradigms, if you will.
All right, man. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. We will move on. I guess I'll be doing the news today. I don't think. We don't have Tony today. No Tuck. So I'll just try to run through a few news items that I had gathered. I don't think I have much. Obviously, we have the war that's breaking out, but I'm not about to cover that in any detail. If I'm viewers on stage, people want to talk about that. If they think it's related to Monero, then by all means. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and move on with the news. Bawdy, please stick around if you can.
All right, man.
Cheers.
The Monerotopia Weekly News segment is sponsored by WizardSwap.io, a non-custodial cryptocurrency exchange.
Okay, here we go. Let me bring up our first news story. Let's see. We have the Vigilante Fox, Pavel Durov. He's the creator of Telegram. Blows Tucker Carlson's mind by exposing U.S. law that forces engineers to install backdoors and bans them from telling their own company. So he's here we have Telegram CEO basically saying that in the U.S. it's not uncommon for devs to be forced to put in backdoors, and that the owners of the company don't even know. Let's go ahead and see if we could.
You can end up in jail, like gag order.
Here we go.
This actually, yeah. You know what's interesting? In the U.S., you have a process that allows the government to actually force any engineer in any tech company to implement a backdoor and not tell anyone about it, with using this process called the gag order. And there are certain legal procedures.
Not tell his own employer about it?
And yes, exactly. If you tell your own boss, you can end up in jail, like gag order. This exists.
Actually?
Yeah. This is something that's on Wikipedia. In France.
In the Soviet Union or in the U.S.?
In the U.S.
Okay.
I'm not criticizing.
So your employees have a legal obligation to act as fifth column spies, saboteurs against you, your employees.
Well, that's one of the reasons we didn't discuss last time why I didn't move to the US with my team.
And you got mugged in San Francisco on your one trip there.
Exactly. You know what's interesting? In the US, you have a process.
Yep. Yeah, so that's interesting. I mean, as we know, Telegram is not exactly a privacy-preserving app. So it's not something that people should be trusting to begin with. But it's interesting that he's getting the word out on this. I don't know how true it is. Certainly wouldn't blow my mind if it is completely true. And it's kind of scary. But this is why open source matters. This is why, things like Monero, if done in the right way, even if devs were approached and forced to, quote unquote, try to put backdoors in, Monero being the nature that it is, completely open source, hopefully that wouldn't even be possible. But the fact that they can approach companies and approach devs at companies and force them to do these things and then put a gag order on them so that they can't even tell their own company's whatever upper CEO or whatever it is. That's pretty wild. But once again, not hard to believe given some of the actions that we know have happened in the past with regards to the U.S. government spying on us. Let's see if I could just put the next news item here. That might be the easiest way to do it. Okay, so next news story is from Luke Radowski. I disagree with this. I don't like the act, and I think it's disgusting to do, but we shouldn't criminally arrest someone for offending people. So yeah, he's talking about the fact that Trump is basically calling for. Can I play this clip here? Breaking: President Trump announces he will be supporting legislation to jail people for a mandatory 1 year for burning the American flag in the street. We've now seen illegals do this multiple times in Los Angeles over the past several days. All patriots should. All patriots. So if you're a patriot, you should support the banning of free speech. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I don't know if I'd go that far. I actually definitely would not go that far. I agree with Luke here. While I'm very supportive of America's values, and I like what we're attempting to do here in America in terms of the experiment. Yeah, I would never be supportive of eliminating free speech, even if that speech disagrees with my own viewpoints. I personally wouldn't be out there burning the flag. Just the signals it sends in general. It is anarchy, not the kind that we know is good. Rules without rulers, but just chaos. And yeah, I mean, these are the times when we have to stand up for our truest principles here. And even if we don't agree with what's happening, you have to be okay with people practicing free speech, the freely assembling. This is an act. It's not a violent act. It's symbolic. And they're burning a flag. So the fact that Trump is now calling for jailing people for up to a year for this, I think is definitely crossing the line. And the fact that this is now, kind of selling it to MAGA and trying to bring on all quote unquote patriots to support this idea, I think is very dangerous. Let's see. Can I play the clip?
But they proudly carry the flag. But they proudly carry the flags of other countries, but they don't carry the American flag. They only burn it. Did you see a lot of the flags being burned? They weren't being burned by people from our country or from people that love our country. People that burn the American flag should go to jail for 1 year. That's what they should be doing. 1 year. And we'll see if we can get that done. We're going to try and get that done. We're working with some of your senators. I know Senator Josh Hawley is very much involved. And I know the two senators from here. I think are you guys in favor of it? Boy, would this be a bad time for them to say no. I got you. I got those 2 votes. The agitators are throwing.
Yeah, definitely going too far there. Definitely going too far and trying to push MAGA in that direction. I think it's dangerous. I don't know. Are there representatives that are speaking out against this? I'm sure there are, but on the Republican side, on the MAGA side, we have Mises Caucus chiming in here. No, this is a form of censorship. Unless they're destroying someone else's property, which is common in riots, burning a flag shouldn't be punished with jail time. I absolutely agree with that take. Besides, isn't it helpful to have such stark imagery of what protesters think, feel? Yeah, exactly. You could, if this enrages you to the point where you're like you're angry at them, go take it out on the polls. Go make sure that the people that are on the streets burning the flag, their influence doesn't grow, right? So you see that they're burning the flag, you disagree with it. Well, you disagree with those people. There's ways to carry out that disagreement within our system. calling for the elimination of free speech and basically, destroying the principles this country was founded upon should not be the direction we head in. Let me see if I can pull up the next one over here. Boop, boop. Next story. This is bullish for Monero. All right, so this is the president of Mexico says, if necessary, we'll mobilize. We don't want taxes on remittances from our fellow countrymen from the U.S. to Mexico. So let's go ahead and listen to what the president of Mexico has to say here.
Porque de ser necesario nos vamos a movilizar, porque no queremos que haya impuestos a las remesas de nuestros paisanos, de Estados Unidos a México, porque de ser necesario nos vamos a...
All right, I need translation, but I guess we know the gist of what she's saying here. If necessary, we'll mobilize. We don't want taxes on remittances from our fellow countrymen from the U.S. So she's calling for an end to taxes when people are sending money back from the U.S. to their family members at home. Well, the solution is, Madam President, is to just tell your people to use Monero. But I doubt she would ever go that far. But this is something perhaps we could... This is a sentiment, perhaps, that we could tap into in Mexico in terms of trying to onboard people to crypto and Monero in particular. This is, so during Monerotopia conference, we're in Mexico. This will be our third year in Mexico City. We did a good job of actually getting some local media attention in Mexico City. So we're trying to get, that came out of the conference. But maybe this is a theme that we can build upon at Monerotopia next year. Maybe we could have some locals come and talk about this concept and start to educate other locals about the fact that there are ways to avoid taxes on remittances and to avoid just the high fees that are charged by these banks, companies that help you, quote unquote, help you send money back home, that end up taking a big share of the funds you're sending. Just use crypto, use Monero. So maybe we make that a larger theme at Monerotopia. Next story here, we have Derek Bros pointing out that this guy, Dan Dix, was able to catch Peter Thiel in person. Dan Dix gets a few questions to Peter Thiel as he heads into the Bilderberg. So this is at the Bilderberg meeting where all the evildoers of the world come to meet and talk about, coordinate on how they're going to implement technocracy, bring about the new world order. Peter Thiel seems to be a large player in this, although he often portrays himself as a libertarian. We've even heard him. I even saw recent clips. I was going to bring it up on the news today. I think it's an old clip, but for some reason it's trending again, and it's Peter Thiel talking about Bitcoin's lack of privacy and how it's failing as digital cash because of that. So he portrays an interest in hardcore libertarian values and ideas and libertarian tech, right? Like Monero. He's never spoken about Monero, but the way he criticizes Bitcoin, it's like he's talking about a need for something like Monero. But actions speak louder than words. What is he doing? He's hanging out at Bilderberg. He's focused on a company that is providing surveillance tech to the U.S. government and probably all major governments around the world for purposes of surveilling their population and being able to predict crime. I mean, you don't get more dystopian than that. So let's go ahead and play this clip here. I don't think there's much juice here. He doesn't really get him to say much, but just the fact that he's completely avoiding interaction is pretty telling.
Mr. Thiel, do you have any comments about Palantir's surveillance of the American people, sir? Or any of your connections to Jeffrey Epstein? I think people are rather concerned about that last particular one. You're setting up a Big Brother surveillance system, and people know it, sir. You think the American people want this surveillance tech being used against them? Any comments at all on the Epstein connections? You were meeting with them. People are waking up to what you're doing there, sir. That's why we're here covering this.
Stone cold.
Wow, Peter Thiel was booking it. That man picked up the pace. The second the word Epstein came out, it seemed he started getting a little faster. But stone cold Peter Thiel. Of course, co-founded Palantir with Alex Karp, who is still here. And these are the guys who are setting up the Big Brother surveillance system, essentially to track, trace, and database everyone. Not just Americans, you may have heard me say that, but literally everyone. And that's a big reason of part of the reason why he is here. There is a lot of heavy kind of tech representation here and military men who are preparing for something. So
all right, yeah. So Dan Dix is on it, man. Dan Dix gets it. I don't really know much about Dan Dix, but I like his style here, and he certainly understands what's going on here with the technocracy, and looks like he's on the front lines trying to expose the people that are working on it. Dan Dix sounds like a Monero guy. Maybe we should start reaching out to him, Monero fam. Maybe we get him to use, if he's not already using Monero, get him to use it. Maybe get him to use XMRChat. He can receive Monero-based super chats and Monero messages. He seems like a good early adopter for Monero. Let me bring up the next news story. Greece, an L2 for Monero. Hi, guys. Good morning, afternoon, evening. I'd like to introduce you to Greece, an L2 for Monero that's currently in development. Anyone who wants to help would do well to do so. It's good to support new community projects, of course. Always check Greece. So Greece was... I've actually been talking to the guy who's working on this. I've known him for many years. Really, really great dude. So he'll likely do a Monero talk at some point. We'll get him on. I think he's going to be presenting Greece at MoneroCon, but basically he's proposing an idea for an L2 for Monero. I don't know technically what it's looking to do in details, but love to see it. There's some debate that's going on back and forth with regards to whether Monero even needs an L2 and what are the potential downsides of an L2. Not going to go into that now, but yeah, looking to have the creator of Greece on a Monero talk, and we could hear directly from him what exactly it is he's proposing. What's the potential upside, which obviously I guess we know it's so that Monero can scale, so we could do Visa-like level transactions on the Monero network, although I think there's some like Arctic who would argue that is possible on layer 1. But reading these threads, you see it is pretty compelling that Monero is going to need some kind of second layer in order to handle like Visa level transaction count. It's just things are going to get too big too fast. The nodes won't be able to handle it. The bandwidth. So obviously very, very exciting to see that somebody here is proposing a layer 2 and they'll be presenting it at MoneroCon. So excited to hear that and excited to get the creator on our show. Qubic mining. A possible attack on Monero. Kind of been watching this behind the scenes for a couple of weeks now. I just don't know really much about Qubic at all. But I think what is interesting, there's a couple of things right off the bat that if you're a Monero person is interesting. Number one, they're essentially like merge mining with Monero, and they got a lot. I think a relatively good amount. Well, here's somebody saying, I don't see the hype here. They only have 200 mega hash per second. But Qubic is basically alleging that they'll be essentially taking over the Monero mining network, that they're going to reach over 51% of the Monero mining network. And so there's some drama here. So yeah, two interesting from a Monero perspective. Number one is that they're mining Monero and contributing to the mining network. But number two is the creator, who's a controversial figure, Come From Beyond, was also part of the Bytecoin team, which Monero derived from. I was not very familiar with Come From Beyond. But an interesting character. So a one of the crypto note OGs, one of the founding fathers of crypto note. And I say this because I think we even have Fluffy Pony chiming in on it somewhere. Let me see if I could find that. I think I got it over here. Let me see. Well, let's go to let's see. Over here. So yeah, we have Come From Beyond tweeting, mining Monero via Qubic is more profitable 2 times currently than mining XMR directly. We will absorb all rational miners and the picture will change. So he's basically saying they're gonna take over the mining network. People are calling for him to at least use P2 pool. For some reason they don't want to. I don't really know what the argument is there as to why they don't want to use P2 pool. If they did, then they wouldn't become a threat, even if they got over 51% of the mining of the hash power, because they'd be using P2 pool. But then I'm also seeing tweets where he's saying, well, don't worry, we have no intention of messing with Monero, even if we get over the 51%. But obviously, it's going to be an issue if they do, right? Just the fact that somebody's sitting there that could disrupt the chain if they wanted to. Ricardo chimes in, if miners switch, it reduces profitability, you incompetent noob. There seems to be a lot of tension between Come From Beyond and Ricardo, and I think it's because of the long history that they had from the early days of CryptoNote. Come From Beyond responding, Qubic works different than Bytecoin clones, and your logic is inapplicable. Regarding incompetent noob, is it really necessary to try to insult one who helped to launch the coin that you used as the code base for Monero? So referring to the fact that he was part of the Bytecoin team, and saying it's a little silly to be calling me incompetent noob, given that one of the founding fathers of CryptoNote. And I tend to agree with Come From Beyond's logic there. Come From Beyond might be a complete asshole. He might be a nefarious dude. I don't know. But a little hard to call him an incompetent noob.
I would definitely have a few things to add here. So one, I think most everyone in Monero, especially the OGs, kind of regard the Bytecoin guys as basically being scammers. And so it's like, okay, yeah, scammers know how to code. Like, just because you know how to code and just because you might understand some technical stuff doesn't make you not a scammer. So we also have to understand that, yeah, Bytecoin totally lost. Everyone went to Monero instead, and their scam didn't really extract that much. But they're still here, right? They're all still here, all wanting to extract value in ways that they can. And so it just seems to me like, hey, this guy was around with the early scam, and now he wants to find another way to scam. He pivoted to IOTA for a period of time, which was a retarded project where one time they fucked up so badly they had to literally steal everybody's funds so that a black hat wouldn't steal their funds. And then after they patched the bug, then they gave everyone their funds back. And it's like the whole premise of IOTA was just extremely problematic. They were one of the earlier DAGs, the directed acyclic graphs, which is kind of like what AVAX does now, but in a not retarded way. So yeah, this guy hasn't really been a part of any project that wasn't either scammy and or just generally unsuccessful or untenable as a tech. So as far as like, can he get 51% of the hash rate? Like, I have a hard time believing that unless we just suddenly don't believe the game theory of mining that was designed for Monero, unless we don't believe that RandomX works like it's supposed to, or we don't believe that the market of miners and the game theory of mining in general is sound, right? Okay, in that case, then maybe he could get 51%. So I just don't see any reason like why we would care about this guy unless he starts amassing 20, 30% of the hash rate.
Yeah, I mean, two reasons I care is because he is pointing the miners to Monero. So I think that's interesting. I think it's, you know, if he was like, it was a complete insignificant amount, then yeah, but it's a significant amount of mining power, of like hash power. So I think, you know, I don't think we should put our head in the sand with regards to that.
Now? What's the actual? I mean, I'm not saying like don't care as in like not look at it or like pretend that he doesn't exist. Like, I just mean like not be worried about it.
Yeah. Okay, I agree with you there. I don't know.
So there's a snapshot there where he had at a moment in time he had a certain level of hash rate.
459 mega hashes per second.
If you want to like make a big number, you could just like buy a bunch of hash rate really quick, point that towards your towards your pool, take a snapshot, and then fall back down. So I'd have to see that. And I would also have to see someone else verify it. I don't trust his numbers, right? I want to see someone else.
I mean, we have seen the hash rate in general go up, though, right? So, you know, obviously Tari is part of that, but certainly, right, reasonable to think that it might be coming from these guys as well, right? Contributing to the growing hash rate in Monero.
I don't know if it's reasonable to think that. It's reasonable to ask the question, are they? But I haven't seen any smart guys out there. Like say Howard Chu, someone come out here that knows the mining ecosystem and says, hey, yep, this is their pool right here. We can track what their hash rate is. They have this particular signature, and here's what they have had over the past, say, 30 days. I haven't seen any analysis like that. I've just seen their own claims. So I don't know if we should necessarily just defer to their claims.
Okay, yeah, for sure. So maybe we hear more about this. I think it's interesting that he's from the early crew of CryptoNote. Whether he's a good guy or a bad guy, I do think it's fair to believe that while collectively they were a bad group of people, that maybe some of the parties involved were just, the tech nerds that were interested in working on something, and they just happened to be working for a Russian criminal organization as they did it. Now, I'm not saying that Come From Behind is one of these guys, beyond, because I'm seeing some of his stuff, and he doesn't look like a nice guy. You look pretty rough around the edges with some of his viewpoints and whatnot, and the way he handles people. So I can certainly see that maybe he wasn't one of the good guys. But I don't know, man. I don't discount these people from I get like like it could be, like maybe development isn't as impressive as we think it should be, but to be working on CryptoNote at that time and being in the mix of people that were doing it, I listen to those people, whether they're good people, bad people. I'm interested in what they have to say and what they're working on.
I mean, I'm always down to listen to what people have to say. Including the recent Hitler Youth, which none of them will get on a live debate with me.
Well, those people I'm not that interested in, just because I'm not very interested. Like I'm interested in Monero, right? I mean, obviously to a degree, I'm interested in that topic, but it's not really like why I come to X in the first place. So like giving them deference is like, well, what's the point? I'm not really looking to debate nationalism versus anarchism or anything like that with these guys. If they're, if there's somebody that has a controversial opinion about Monero and they have like the brain power to where I should respect their opinion, or they have the resume in terms of like their history and things they've worked on. But those guys are just, I don't know. They don't really even want to talk Monero stuff. They just want to talk shit. I don't know. I would love to get Come From Beyond on a Monero talk. I think that'd be quite controversial. I'm sure people would be pissed at me. Why are you giving him attention? But yeah, I mean, truth be told, I would like to talk to him.
We have Quadricella on YouTube is saying that the 7-day history is approximately 200 megahash. So it's about 4% of the hash rate.
Okay. That's not nothing, right?
I mean, that actually is a player. Like if
Yeah.
that's assumed, taking that at face value.
That's larger than P2 pool, right? What's P2 pool at?
No, P2 pool is like 20% almost. Maybe.
Oh, it's at 20 right now? Okay. I remember it was at 5
Well, actually,
for a long time.
I need to take it was at 5 for a long time, and then Atari came out, and then P2 pool smashed up on the percentage. And then now that the hash rate has dropped back some, I don't know. I guess we'd have to look at those numbers. Probably it's at least 10%, I bet, like just giving it a wild ass guess. But, to your point, like having this guy on wouldn't be entirely outside of it. Like it's about Monero. If you own 4% of the hash rate, like that's a relevant thing, right? Like having him on the show isn't a wrong thing to do, I don't think.
And I'd love to hear his early Bitcoin take. Obviously, I'm sure it's going to be something like Fluffy wouldn't want to hear, but I don't know, man. I'd like to hear about it. But he would never come on the show anyway, guys. I don't think he's ever done an interview. I threw it out there like, hey, DM me. I just want to hear more about Qubic. He never responded. Then other people from the Qubic community reached out to me telling me that he would never jump on no matter what, pretty much. Like he doesn't even go on and talk about Qubic or anything. So don't worry, guys. Don't worry.
Stays in the shadows.
He just stays in the shadows. I think this is the final story today, and I only brought it up because I heard you guys talking about it. I didn't even hear about this. Do I have it up on screen right now? Minnesota lawmakers targeted in impersonation shooting. So where do we? Where was the main story here? Democratic Rep Melissa Hortman and her husband have been killed at their home in what appears to be a politically motivated assassination, says Tim Waltz. Senator John Hoffman and his wife were also shot in their home, but remain in the hospital. So that both those things happened on the same day. All right, so let me hear these clips here. This is the first time I'm hearing.
We're here today because an unspeakable tragedy has unfolded in Minnesota. My good friend and colleague, Speaker Melissa and her husband, Mark, were shot and killed early this morning in what appears to be a politically motivated assassination. Our state lost a great leader, and I lost the dearest of friends. Speaker Hortman was someone who served the people of Minnesota with grace, compassion, humor, and a sense of service. She was a formidable public servant, a fixture and a giant in Minnesota. She woke up every day determined to make this state a better place. She is irreplaceable, and we've been missed by so many. Minnesota's thoughts and prayers are with her family, her loved ones, her children, and her parents. My prayers. We're here.
All right. Sad to see. A little crazy, a little wild. But don't worry, guys. I'm sure if we ramp up Palantir, we'll never see crimes like this again. We'll be able to identify all the political assassins before they even go and attempt to assassinate anybody, based on their how they use their money, based on how what they do on social media. We'll know the criminals, the assassins, before they even assassinate. So we should be good to go. No worries, guys. We're good. Let's hear some of these other. Let's hear what this one is all about. It's getting a lot of.
I know that people will be hurt by that vote, and we worked very hard to try to get a budget deal that wouldn't include that provision.
Okay, so this is what she was assassinated for, allegedly, is that she voted no on healthcare for illegals. So politically speaking, I would tend to agree with that. Government shouldn't be spending tax dollars on healthcare for illegals. Here's a Democrat who I guess crossed the party line, voted no, and then she was assassinated. So I don't know. Maybe people have more info on that, but so wow, that's pretty wild. So it's like that was Dems going after Dems. I thought this was like a thing like Republicans going like. Extreme right-wing, allegedly extreme right-wingers going after people on the left. But unless I'm misinterpreting something, it sounds like she was crossing party lines to vote on in a Republican manner, right? But Bawdy, are you following this story? Am I picking this up correctly?
I just heard it this morning. I just know I don't believe anything or anyone. Like, for all we know, this could be another mock-up. It could be another Luigi. It could be anything.
Yeah. And this, this could be just another step towards us embracing Palantir to prevent crimes like this.
Yeah, the timing is really suspect. Like, there's wars now going on, like escalating in the Middle East. There's attacks against Iran, and now Iran's attacking Israel, and then you got the Palantir thing, and then Musk is like, hey, Trump actually sucks, and he still won't release the Epstein list because he's on it. And they're like, shit, attack Israel, attack Iran, murder some lawmakers, right? Like, it all just seems too coincidentally related, or maybe related.
Yeah, for sure. Although, people are freaking crazy, man. And it's like, so, right. Like, so there's certainly a lot of false flags, things that are happening. But it's just also, in general, the temperature is rising, right? I think, obviously, whether or not it's organic or it's from things happening behind the scenes, that the people want the temperature to rise here in the U.S. They want tensions to rise. But I think certainly a lot of these actions are real things that real people are doing, people that have lost their mind, have lost the plot, and starting to act out. Right? Like if something like this were some kind of plot, it's not even necessarily that, somebody was put up to doing this assassination. It's just that, it's just a matter of time given the tensions that exist among people right now, that you have to create. Right. So somebody's obviously, I think there's people obviously pretty confident in the fact that there's powerful groups behind the scenes that are riling the people up, and we're just facing the real world consequences of that happening. All right, that's all I got for the news. I don't know. Obviously, we got the war that's breaking out, but I'm not going to go into that. If people want to bring that up, viewers on stage, more than happy to. If people want to bring up anything else regarding news, regarding Qubic, I see people making comments on that. Feel free to bring that up in the viewers on stage. I'm going to go ahead and run viewers on stage. I see we have some people backstage that are looking to jump up. I will also drop the link in the chat for anybody new that wants to jump up. We still have Milan that's here. He could answer questions about NanoGPT. So yeah, let's go ahead. Let's do it.
It's the Viewers on Stage segment. It's that time where we invite you, the viewers, up on stage to comment on anything you've heard so far today, ask the guest a question, or maybe talk about one of the news topics. Come on down.
All right, come on down, guys. Ulysses, what's up? Shortwave, Alaska.
So I did have something.
Milan, I see you're still here, which is awesome. Shortwave, go ahead.
Yeah, so two things. One, since Pavel Durov was so certain that the U.S. government is having people put backdoors in things without telling their bosses and stuff like that, have you made sure that BT Dev hasn't put any backdoors in XMR Bazaar? Where's the source code?
Yeah, we'll post it, but I mean, what's the backdoor going to do on XMR Bazaar, right? So all the transactions are peer to peer. It's all taking place between people's personal wallets. So there isn't really much of an attack that could even be done, as far as I understand. Yeah. But yeah, it will all be released.
Also,
go ahead.
Also, Qubic and P2Pool both currently have about 4% of the hash rate. I think like Qubic might have 4.2 and P2Pool might have 4.1. P2Pool often hovers around 6 to 10. It just kind of depends on the day and the time you look at it. So they're about equal right now.
Okay. Yeah, I see Mr. Wonderland, tip 20%. P2Pool is currently sitting at 210 mega hashes per second, so about 4.2% of overall hash rate. P2Pool Mini contributing another 13 mega hashes per second. and Nano another 2. Observe to check for yourself. So yeah, like you're saying, they're pretty much equal right now, right?
And
P2 pool and
there's an argument that Qubic is actually good for the Monero network, because not only are they mining Monero, but they are
how dare you?
But then they are taking it and selling it on the open market, from what I understand, for more Qubic. So that puts downward pressure on the price of Monero and keeps us from breaking out so hard.
They're keeping us stable, which I know you love so much. And
Exactly.
I do too.
The general market bias, as Bawdy mentioned, is upwards. So if the general market bias is upwards, then by having a downward force exerting downward pressure on the market, it's going to keep it more stable than it otherwise would otherwise be.
Yeah, there is something we have to consider as a possibility, is that nefarious entities might be willing to purchase some amount of hash rate specifically for getting Monero to sell on the market, right? As a means of price attack. That's definitely something that could and would be in the modus operandi of people that do want to attack Monero. So whether or not that's actually, I mean, whether or not these guys are actually doing that or not, who knows, right? They could just be trying to like advertise their coin or something like that. There could also just be other covert entities that are doing that. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Like we saw NiceHash back in the day, like 2021, when this was all starting. We saw NiceHash they shut down their withdrawals, and they seemed to be supplying Binance. They seemed to be supplying exchanges with Monero to like slowly meet their withdrawals, which is probably how they eventually got out of Monero. And Binance said, hey, we don't have Monero. You know, they delisted Monero. How did they meet their withdrawals? Well, they probably mined it slowly over time and paid the price for doing that. But in doing so, managed to keep the price of Monero lower than maybe it otherwise would be. But hey, that's the market.
Let me not miss XMRChats here. Don't be gay, tip $10. Doug, you should consider branching out more, less news and more entertainment. There are lots of pro-freedom podcasters, YouTubers, etc. that would share many of our community's principles that aren't privacy guys. That'd be good guests. Is this the first time you've ever watched Monerotopia or Monerotopia? We have those people on all the time, man. News is just one segment in the show. We have a special guest that's part of Monerotopia every week. I also do a Monero talk every week, and very often it's people outside of Monero directly. Although, yeah, certainly open to having anybody you have in mind. You can set it up. Please let me know. If you know people that want to come on the show, that want to come on and do a full Monero talk or a Monerotopia, send them my way. Yeah, more than happy to get people on. But I do think we do a pretty decent job of trying to get other voices on this show and on Monero Talk. It's just, I can only do so much. So I'm open to having all sorts of people on. You guys just have to help me get.
We have a serious problem in the fact that this community is getting far too reliant on Doug to just be the face of Monero all day, all the time.
Well said.
We can never allow ourselves to just get complacent with just the handful of people that are speaking publicly and kind of bridge the gap between the normie and the tech bro and all of that. And I'm not sure exactly who the person is who posted that, but it's like, how about you, man? Like, you want to?
Well, I very much appreciate his $10 tip, and all feedback is good feedback. But just I do try to get into these communities. I've been working on it for years and years, working into the libertarian communities. I think we've done actually a very good job at it. You'll see the results at PorcFest this year, I think.
Have you ever had the Corbett report, James Corbett from the Corbett report on?
No, I mean, I think we've tried reaching out to him, but no.
Well, the reason I asked,
there is a bridge there though, Shortwave. I don't know if you know this, but Derek Bros and the Corbett report have done a lot of things together, and I do believe. I would find it really hard to believe that Derek hasn't at least said something about Monero to that larger circle of individuals. So he does, I should say, James Corbett does a Solutions Watch episode, and if somebody were to do like a quality dig and send it to him, I would be willing to bet that he would probably do a Solutions Watch episode on it. In fact, maybe I'll try, I don't know, but that would be a good way to go.
Well, the reason I brought it up was because I was listening to him on Odyssey, actually. I opened my Odyssey and I'm subscribed to him there. So I was listening to one of his things about he got unbanned from YouTube, and he's like, what do I do about this? But the reason I brought it up is because I went to his website, James Corbett, CorbettReport.com, and went to the subscribe thing, and I didn't, at least at first, with very minimal looking anyway, see a way to pay for the subscription in Monero, which is what I was wondering. I'm like, can I pay this guy in Monero? I didn't see a way immediately to do it. That doesn't mean it's not possible. It just means that I didn't look well enough to make absolutely certain. I just kind of glanced over the very beginning of it.
I see Family is in the house as well, and Family tipped 75 cents, referencing Durov, the Telegram guy, and the gag orders. That's why Canary is very important. So this idea that we need canaries to know if people have been
also apparently
corrupted.
I don't know for certain about this, but I saw something to the effect of that actually might not be the best way to go, just because apparently not updating the canary, according to a court, is apparently the same thing as telling somebody that you were, and therefore violates it. At least from what I heard. That doesn't mean it's true or not.
I haven't heard that, but I believe you, because that's the exact kind of thinking that courts and judges that's exactly the kind of thing they do.
They close the loopholes. Guys, I'm going to put the link as well for people that want, for any new people that want to join. Here is the StreamYard link. Now is the time to do so.
About the James Corbett thing, you should see if Derek Bros would be willing to just be like, will you let this guy know that I would like to do a solutions watch about Monero? Just to see it, because they talk a lot more than, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's probably your best path.
For Derek. Awesome. I could try to do that. I'm hoping I'll run into some new blood, some fresh blood at PorcFest this week. People that are, in that community as well. So maybe we'll get some new connections out of that. Paranoid tipped 4 cents. Milan, question for you. Can we get a Node.js version of NanoGPT? Milan, I don't know if you're there.
I am. I'm in the middle of a pizza that came a bit earlier than I expected.
Okay.
No worries. I don't know, to be honest. I'll check with Huggy. He's the more technical of the two of us. I'll check how hard it is, if it's something we can do. I don't think we use that much JavaScript, but I guess for some formatting and just making it look prettier, we have it. As an alternative, if you have like an open source front end that you use, we also have an API. So you could still use our service through an API. You would only need to visit our website once to set up the API key, which I guess might already be what you don't want to do with the JS on there. But yeah, I'll go check. I'll ask Huggy what he thinks, if this is possible.
Now, the more important question is, what kind of pizza is it?
Ooh, it's a New York pizza. Like we have a brand here called New York Pizza. And I ordered a pizza with, honestly, it's a bit disgusting. It's every type of meat you can find, like double cheese, double pesto, double everything. So it's not a very health conscious choice.
I was going to say, that sounds delicious. Might not be health conscious.
Yeah, I go for the meat lovers as well.
Milan, if Monero remains like the top payment on NanoGPT for like a year, would you consider renaming it to XMRGPT?
I don't think so.
To be honest, no, not really. Not because we like Nano, but also just for people that are not into crypto, NanoGPT could be anything. It could just be like small queries, like small sums you pay and whatever. Nano is quite sort of general. And XMRGPT sounds extremely geeky.
That is a good point.
Yeah. And also like MoneroGPT would be the alternative, I guess. But then I think Nano is just quite unknown. Monero people sort of associate, like the normal people associate Monero more with also crime and all kinds of stuff. And we kind of want to
about criminals GPT.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think it would certainly attract a portion of people. But I know also just, like our brand has gotten like fairly big, so changing name in general is sort of not ideal, I guess.
Understandable.
And Nano is a type of GPT model. Like you have like the Chat GPT Nanos and stuff like that. Like the Nano versions you can run on your phone and stuff like that for like voice typing and stuff like. So that is kind of a common word in the GPT world, anyway.
It kind of is. It's also kind of annoying for us, right? Like they named this GPT 4.1 Nano. I'm like, oh man, it's going to be terrible for like finding our website. But yeah, I guess not much we can do about it.
With our luck, they did it on purpose. They just like really don't want anybody to have it.
Honestly, they don't like. We have pretty good relations with most of the providers. In some cases, we have like early access to models, or we get like a preview. It's also why often we have the model online, literally while they are doing the live stream releasing it. It's because we kind of already had it ready to just release. So no, in general, I think they don't mind us too much. We give them quite some revenue at this point. So,
Mr. Wonderland tipped 25 cents. I'm trying to do my part. I revived, and I'm currently co-hosting the Alex Anarcho podcast. It's in German. Also, I'm constantly trying to reach more into the German libertarian bubble. It's hard, so massive respect to Doug for what you have achieved. Thank you, brother. And Mr. Wonderland will be at PorcFest, I believe, helping us out like he did last year. He was a big part of what we did last year. He basically helped us run that whole map. We were putting all the vendors on the map and onboarding people. So very excited that he'll be coming into PorcFest again, coming all the way from Germany. And nice to hear that he's revived the podcast. Yeah, that's what we need, guys. Anybody, just take the bull by the horns. Don't wait for somebody else to do it. If you feel there's something that needs to be done, just start running with the ball. There's definitely a tragedy of commons aspect to open source projects, Monero in particular, where everybody kind of expects that, all right, somebody else is going to do something. Just do it yourself, go for it, run with it.
So you're saying there should be like a decentralized response from the community.
Oh, you're a little low, Ulysses. You're a little hard to hear.
Let me get my headphones.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever mic you're using, Ulysses, is just really low quality and muffly.
Yeah. Mr. Wonderland, if you want to jump up on stage, if you can, by all means, please do. We could touch base here before I see you in a few days at PorcFest. Anybody else coming to PorcFest? Consider jumping on stage. We can begin the immediate coordination. We have a group on Telegram. We have, I think, about 30 people in there. I don't know how many of them are coming to PorcFest, but they're in the Monero at PorcFest Telegram group.
Oh, by the way, Doug, I would like to make a correction to a clerical error you made at the beginning of the show.
Go for it.
You said that it cost $12,000 for the tent. No, it cost $60,000.
Oh.
Okay, we're talking in Monero terms now, or
correct?
Yeah.
Wait, I gotta ask. Go ahead, Doug. Sorry, I got a question.
No, it's all right. It's all right.
You seem to have changed your moving average. You said you sent a XMRChat where you talked about the 60-day moving average, but I thought it was like the 365-day moving average.
Oh, I use I generally use the 180, but I just happened to notice that it was coming back down to like the 50-60 area.
Oh, okay. So you just grabbed that one just because it's where it came down to.
Yeah.
Are you expecting a retrace to the 180 area or the 180 MA?
Not at the moment. I'm suspecting it's probably just going to bounce around right in this area.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Anybody else? Anybody got any topic? Ulysses, is your mic working now? Okay, I think he's looking for a new mic.
Gonna say that's a no.
Anybody want to comment on the Qubic stuff? And also, the Greece Layer 2. Does anybody have any insights into Greece Layer 2? It's relatively new. Has anybody been able to take a look at the GitHub, see what they're actually proposing?
I don't have any insights into it, but I tell you that XMRChat and NanoGPT would be both excellent use cases for it, because you've got a single, you've got you as a user making payments every once in a while to a company or whatever, so that, or to a service. So that would be perfect for something like that.
The Lightning Network of Monero. Yeah, I don't really know much about it enough to really comment on whether or not it's a good thing or a bad thing.
And there's a difference between the Lightning Network and just a single payment channel, like between you and a merchant. So I've heard that the problem with the Lightning Network isn't the fact that it's got the payments between a merchant or a person and a person. It's the fact that you can route payments from channel to channel, which causes the privacy problems, or which causes the issues. If you just say you want to set up a payment channel with XMR Bazaar for your tips, you put say 5 Monero into that channel, you can just send tips after tips after tips after tips after tips, and then eventually close the channel, and that's fine. But when you want to go to pay Amazon for something and you use XMR Bazaar's or XMRChat's liquidity to do so, that's the problem.
That was kind of the only thing. I haven't even really looked into it, because the way that I was looking at it, it's trying to solve a problem that we don't really have yet, which would be cool to have it there, right? But if the idea is, the network is getting huge and it's becoming congested or something, like, okay, there might be a strong need for this, but it's a problem that we don't have now. So how do you test it in the real world other than just to show that it works? I don't know. I certainly wouldn't have a need for like a L2 situation yet, but
yeah, at this point in time, I don't think so.
And it's very forward thinking, if nothing else, right? Like, it's like trying to come up with a solution for something that could theoretically happen if things went really well for Monero. I also wonder if it's like exactly the best time to be spending dev time on, but they can do as they please, right? If this is something that interests them, then cool, go for it. But and then the only other thing that I would kind of highlight about the whole moving average thing is, I think it's interesting what Bawdy said, and I hadn't actually thought about this in terms of Monero, but this is actually our chance to see what trends it follows when it has huge price action. Does it follow a trend based on, such and such moving averages, or, it should be interesting to see what you can glean from the end results of this price action as far as predicting future price action.
Well, I do know that.
Another super chat. Anon tipped 4 cents. What are your views, I guess asking all of us here, on gambling and Polymarket? And why do you think they aren't using Monero? Personally, I stay away from that, but interesting. They use traceable funds. I think we should see growing adoption of gambling websites using Monero. 100%. It's a perfect use case. I don't know much about Polymarket.
At least when it comes to gambling, like, one thing that's always been big, at least used to be like poker, but I think people don't really like playing online poker as much as they used to, because of like potential for bots, and it's not as fun as in person. At least that's my opinion. Bots are becoming a little bit of a problem, and gambling, like for poker, where you worry that it's not going to be as fair as it could be.
Right. But yeah, ideally, those that are gambling, I'm sure if they understood Monero, knew Monero, and Monero was liquid enough where once they receive it, they can go around and do things with it, which I do think we're at that point. I would think ideally they'd want to be receiving their gambling payouts in Monero.
There used to be like sites that you could play like Monero Vegas. You can make sportsbook bets, and there used to be Monero poker rooms too. But in general, like, there weren't that many people actually playing, and when you see a dead room,
Monero Vegas still exists.
Yeah, Monero Vegas still exists, but they don't have.
Yeah, and then there's other ones actually. yeah, we may have them on the show soon. Yeah, there's other ones around. I know. I think I think it's another potential avenue for early adoption for sure. It's a use case that makes sense for those that are into gambling to use Monero.
Yeah, I think we might have someone backstage waiting to come on. Cypher Bliss.
Okay, Cypher Bliss. Oh, and Mr. Wonderland. Okay, great. Mr. Wonderland, what's going on, man?
Hello, hello.
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah. Okay, can you hear me all right? All right?
Loud and clear.
Perfect, perfect.
Excited to see you at PorcFest soon.
Yes, brother. Yes.
Very excited. And you're coming in from Europe for this, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, very excited to have you again. You were a big part of last year. This year should be, even much larger and more successful, given that we have the large tent now. We're teamed up with Aaron. Yeah, man, how you feeling about it? Anything you think we need to be thinking about before we head into the trenches over there?
I thought about the setup you had for Monerotopia with a Monero Nodo to speed up the synchronization for the vendors, and I thought about like how we could bring this setup to PorcFest, but with like the Rogers Campground officials not wanting anybody to sell like Wi-Fi access, I think that's going to be like hard to like span a Wi-Fi network over the vendor area for just a Monero wallet syncing connection or something. I guess that could be kind of problematic, but
yeah, Aaron is bringing a Starlink, so we could have a Nodo connected to that. But I guess it would kind of be local to the area of the Monero tent.
Yeah.
As opposed to trying to run the whole PorcFest vending area. I don't know. I mean, should I try to grab another Starlink and we have a separate one for just the Nodo within the bazaar area? Or you're saying it's not going to work well because then everybody's just going to try to just use it for free internet?
Yeah, I was thinking about how the whole setup would need to look like from a technical perspective and or a networking perspective, and like one Nodo and just another Starlink won't gonna cut it. Like from the pure mass of people wanting to log into the Wi-Fi, and yeah, it's like the setup had to be a little bit more involved, and I tinkered a little bit or tried like to play with certain things, but yeah.
We'll definitely get it going at Monerotopia again. Last year we had 2 Starlinks, 2 Nodos. We'll be doing the same thing next year at Monerotopia at the full blown Monerotopia in Mexico.
I mean, for to cover the whole vendor area at PorcFest, we probably need a few access points, but that is kind of problematic, to build up for a week and have it out in the open, weatherproof. So I don't know. It's yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you think I should get a second Starlink just for the Nodo? I mean, right now we'll have Aaron and we'll have his Starlink, but we're going to be using that for streaming, mostly for streaming out our talks and for bringing in the MoneroCon talks so people can watch them.
I would say we just if you bring a Nodo, we could just make a Wi-Fi that is that only allows connections to the Nodo and not to the Starlink internet. Mm-hmm. So we don't limit or use our bandwidth for people or for just random people, but have all the vendors that have problems or haven't opened their Monero wallets for a year or something just come to the Monero tent for a short moment to sync their wallets there locally and then go over back to the vendor area. So that's going to be my plan.
Okay.
If someone has problems.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
That's not a bad idea.
No.
What you do, since most devices have USB Type-C now, you get yourself a USB Type-C to Ethernet adapter, and then you can plug them directly into the Nodo, let them sync from it, or the Starlink thing, let them sync from it, and then unplug and go on about their day, because they can't use Wi-Fi because there is no Wi-Fi. So the only way they could actually use the internet otherwise would be to connect directly to the Ethernet, which you're not going to let them do unless they're syncing their node or their. But no, that would be just that would be. See, like using the Nodo at a campground would just be too involved.
Wallet's background sync function and do it their own damn self.
Yeah, because see, like doing a Wi-Fi at a campground is going to be like way too difficult because there's got to be access points to get into it. There's just too much damn work.
Oh. Like I thought about like this setup, but we'd need like to buy a certain amount of hardware and wire those things up. I mean, I think I have like the rough like networking IT skills to like do a setup that could handle this, but yeah.
I mean, I think the best way, the simplest way, is if you just had a Starlink dedicated to a Nodo, and then you just let the people that are kind of local near that Starlink router use it, right?
Sync your own damn wallet.
You limit it to those people, right?
Yeah. I mean, ideally, we just like the perfect setup I wish we could build would be like have a Wi-Fi for all the vendors and all the people on the vendor area, where they can just connect, but they only have like the connection to the Monero, like to the Monero Nodo. So they can sync their wallets pretty fast, but they have no internet access. Or they can like buy for a little bit of XMR, buy some internet data plan, something like that. Because like internet access up there is pretty shitty, especially on like the weekend when it's very crowded. So, yeah.
Well, yeah, we're definitely. I will consider bringing up a second Starlink. I don't know.
I don't think you.
But go ahead.
I don't think you really need to bring the second Starlink.
Okay.
Like having one for streaming at the Monero tent should be fine. And
okay. Yeah, and then for Monerotopia in February, we'll definitely have the two Starlinks running again. That worked out well.
It's just like it's another reason that the FSP really needs to buy Rogers Campground, and then just renovate the whole thing, and then we can build a permanent Wi-Fi setup there.
If you're going to do that, then what you ought to do is get one of those like tethered electric drones that are tethered to like a truck and fly a router up like 400 feet above the ground on the tethered drone, and that way you could cover the entire campground.
Yeah, I don't know. That sounds it might be hard to pull that off.
Everybody's locked out with like radiation poisoning. You know?
I mean, because with high frequency, like with Wi-Fi and things like that, height is might. So the higher you can get a device like that, the more range it's going to cover.
Mr. Wonderland, when are you showing up to PorcFest?
Monday late evening or in the night.
Okay. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, I won't be there till Wednesday morning, but. Yeah, appreciate that you're, Monero Marine. You're showing up early. You start laying the groundwork.
Of course.
That'll be great. I still have the map from last year that we had, so we could continue to go off that. I'm pretty sure I have that. Yeah. The laminated map that we have. And I'm just very excited to be chilling with everybody. And it'll be cool that we'll have the MoneroCon talks going as well, in addition to the local conversations that'll be taking place. I'm sure we'll get plenty of people to jump up on stage, have some good conversations. Should be awesome. Like I said, I'm hearing Ross will be attending. I don't know if you've been following that, but that should be really cool.
That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, should be fantastic. Yeah. Guys, are what's going on with Monero? Has anybody been following MoneroCon closely in terms of speakers and whatnot? I'm just curious if anybody has insights into that, Because I don't think I. Go ahead.
I think Xenu is doing the voiceover for Ruffnium's presentation.
Oh, cool. Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, he said he was.
Somebody told me that Luke wasn't on the list of speakers. Is that maybe they just haven't fully made it, or is that the case? Let me try to. Where's the schedule? Where is the schedule? I don't know. Oh, here it is. I'm just looking at the schedule, guys. You guys can talk. See,
We're just waiting breathlessly to see if we must know if Luke Parker is on the list to talk at MoneroCon.
Let me bring it up. Actually, let me bring it up here.
I still hope that I can find someone that could maybe bring up the map and brochures before Wednesday from New York. But
yeah, you could let me know if you find somebody. Otherwise, I'll just be bringing it up. I see Aaron is speaking. Jeffro.
Hey, there's a guy on XMR Bazaar called iDrive who does things like that. You might contact him.
Huh. Okay.
I think if
I don't
we
know
need
what
to
area
pay someone to bring it, we might as well just print another one and let it ship up there.
Yeah, exactly.
Might be cheaper.
I see Tari.
Justin Einhofer is the one that interests me the most because we've been getting like bits and pieces of how things are going, and I didn't want to pore over all the technical documentation and all of that. I mean, that's kind of like the big one to me.
Yeah, so I mean, he'll be covering
Berman or Ehrenhofer?
Ehrenhofer.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if anybody remembers, but there was some drama about like the time horizons for full chain membership proofs. And some people were like fudding all over it just because of, and it's like, obviously you guys aren't familiar with the tech space because this is like par for the course. Things always take longer every single time, you know, and it's not like they said that it wasn't happening. They found more stuff to fix. That's not, I mean, they found it. Like that's the point.
I have Diego doing a Monero talk on Monday, and so Diego runs CipherStack. So they're the ones that did a lot of the auditing. They're the ones that exposed the potential delay here. So we should get all the juice on Monday.
It's like, isn't that the whole point of making sure that your code is audited? Is so
right? That's kind of a good thing, right? Like it'll be a little sus if we, there's zero issues.
I would much rather have it be late than have it be wrong.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Monero has the most amazing development team ever, and they just like flawlessly make this massive change to a code base and just no errors whatsoever. That would be incredible.
We have Sean that's going to be talking on Greece. Like I said, I'll probably get Sean on a Monero talk, so that's the layer 2. Alan
So I was going to say this, but I just wanted to throw this out there. One thing that I love about Greece, but it's like a narrow use case. But one of my sales pitches for why Monero is the best is you now have the technological framework to theoretically pay people in these really, really abstract small micropayments. So one of the examples I like to use is you could pay a journalist by the word. So you could pay for a news article a single word at a time because it's so divisible and it's so, well, at least in theory, liquid, right? If you already have possession of the Monero, it's so easy to part with it. And I love the idea of being able to open up a payment channel, and you already have the ability to break up payments. Like it's one payment that's multiple payments. Well, what's really cool about all of this is like that would be kind of the final piece to being able to pay journalists with micropayments. If you just had like a payment channel with some kind of provider network, and then they could claim micropayments at a certain rate.
So I've never understood the point of paying by the word unless your screen is just going to show one word at a time. Because otherwise you might as well be paying for, I don't know, 20 words or 40 words or however many are going to show up on your display at once. Because it's not like you can open an article on the newspaper and see just one word out of that article.
I mean, you could click a button to unlock the next sentence or whatever. Like, say you're reading and you're just like tabbing or hitting enter or something, and it's just like opening up more words. I mean, it's possible to track biometrics locally without any major security risks, and like just maybe, it's anonymously eye tracking, like, when you're grabbing words, and then has like some kind of time delay to keep there from being some signature. But the point is like people will figure out how to actually track it or use it or whatever. The main issue is making sure that you have at the base layer the ability to use private digital cash to make micropayments. And Greece is like an interesting tool, at least in theory, for being able to do that. Or another good one that you guys had brought up earlier was the idea of, okay, right now, XMRChat, we're not going to run into an issue anytime soon of your transaction not going through because it's just, the mempool is just crowded or whatever. But at some point that could become an issue, right? Especially if, like there's a lot of transactions during certain hours of the day and then very little during other, or just during Monerotopia, there's just a ton of transactions or whatever. Having this in your tool bag would be pretty cool for very specific use cases.
Yeah, guys. So I don't see Luke Parker on here. Maybe it's not clear as to when he'll be speaking yet, or maybe he's not speaking. And we just have others that are representing what's going on with full chain membership proofs. I don't see Jay Bierman either. Did I miss him?
Well,
I see Jeffro.
The reason I was asking earlier about Ehrenhofer versus Berman is because I was under the impression that Ehrenhofer was with the Magic Monero Fund.
He is.
Okay, so he's doing both. Okay,
he's mostly like the auditor or the forensics guy, from what I've known. Like he seems to spend a lot of time on that specifically.
Well, they funded right. They funded a lot of the portions of the audits, right?
Yeah, that's what it's called, Moonstone Research. Like that's his whole project thing.
Well, he's pretty active in Magic and does a lot for Magic.
And Magic has funded a lot of the audits.
Yeah.
This presentation gives an overview of Monero reviews and audits related to full chain membership proofs ++ and Sarai. Justin from Magic Grants will discuss the importance of these reviews, how the vendors were selected, what their outcomes were, and what is next. So that's going to be like the full chain membership proof update talk on where things are at. And like I said, I had Diego coming on Monday. That should be very, very juicy as well. Diego's, runs the company that actually did the audits.
Yeah, I think Justin's actually trying to get from the Monero Research Lab. I think they're trying to get ZK Security to actually look over CipherStack's report that just came out. It's also still kind of like it just came out yesterday or something, but it's called like the Silver Bullet. It's awesome. I'm excited for Diego's
talk. What is that? What's the Silver Bullet thing? What's that? That's like an update to bulletproofs. I thought that's a bulletproof update. I thought no.
I'm not a math major. I can't comprehend it.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's something we should have brought up today as well, but maybe that'll come up tomorrow with Diego. I mean, on Monday.
Did he talk about XMR boosts since last show? I think that's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. I don't think I shilled that. XMR Bazaar. Let me bring it up. Yeah, so we added the ability to boost your own posts. Hold on, let me see if I can bring it up here.
And it looks like, at least as of right now, that could be a very good way of making there some revenue, Doug. I mean, the first spot is going for 55 Monero.
Okay, fantastic. Good to hear. I didn't even realize we're up to that point. So yeah, we're gonna move this. So right now we have featured. So it's a featured section. So these are all the boosted posts. So we'll move featured up to the top. That's gonna be happening probably today. And then this is the what's new section. So obviously what's new is just a hodgepodge. Anything that's getting listed is popping up in here, which is cool because it's very novel, right? So there's always something new that's popping up there, but it's also shows a lot of potential uninteresting things like, I don't know, people's old clothing, which I'm not saying like, hey, maybe that will sell, but that people like visiting XMR Bazaar for the first time and see somebody selling an old pair of flip-flops may not be that enticing. But we're going to move boosts up to the top so people can see what will inevitably, I think, be the more interesting listings, people that are willing to put a little money behind it to promote it. And so that should kind of filter some of the more interesting listings to the top. And it's working. So Boost is working nicely. And then we've also, a couple of other changes too. We added family, and you might be interested in this. We've added
I know
XMR to cash. So we added a new listing type. So now you could do an exchange listing. So there's now XMR to cash listings. And there's also cash to XMR listings.
Yeah, so those are some like OGs in a sense, Virtual P2P and Captain Canary LLC. So you have some old local Monero traders, migrating, which is text.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's exciting to know.
Captain Canary LLC was a huge trader on local Monero. I even recognize that name.
Very cool. So now, they're coming over here. So yeah, you could now do an exchange listing. So you could list that you're selling Monero or you're looking to buy Monero with cash or with crypto or via. Whatever it may be, via PayPal, whatever means you want to use. We've now created a new listing for those types of posts. And then the other thing too is the Monero map. We added a new layer to the Monero map. So we have the listings that shows all the geographical locations of the listings if people add that to their listing. We have the business listings, obviously, which is very cool. So like storefronts that are accepting Monero, which that's coming, growing nicely, actually. And now we have the Monero near me. So this is anybody that has a profile on XMR Bazaar can very easily basically throw themselves up on this map as somebody that's willing to be DM'd. They're saying, hey, look at me, I'm in this area. So like I'm Doug Tuman, I'm in the New York area. You could DM me. I'm looking to buy Monero for cash, sell Monero for cash, and just generally interested in Monero. And maybe I could help you out if you're in town and you're looking to buy something for Monero. You have, I don't know, you flew in from Europe. You need some, I don't know, all you have is Monero. You need some dollars out of pure need. I might be willing to trade you some of my dollars for Monero and be willing to meet up with you. So so this is pretty cool. And we have people popping up all over the world. So please consider putting yourself on the map. Obviously, you're not putting your exact location. You're not putting your longitude and latitude here. You're just telling people the city that you may be in, that you're willing to be contacted with regards to in-person Monero trades. So excited about that one as well.
That's really cool. I'm glad to see that.
Yes, and that came out of discussions on Monerotopia, right? On this show. Drunk Dial was talking about like a need for things like this. He was talking about more in terms of wanting to see these things happen on Havino. But we're bringing it here on XMR Bazaar as well. It's just another means for bringing people together that want to trade. And, you could do an exchange listing, or maybe you just want to hit somebody up, DM them, be like, yo, I see you're in Chicago. I'm also in Chicago. I got some dollars, looking to buy some Monero. Let me know if you're interested in meeting up. So obviously be careful. We can't guarantee that the people you'll be interacting with will be honest people, but you can feel them out, right? Check out their profile on XMR Bazaar, see if they have a history, see if they have good ratings, see if they've made a lot of transactions in the past. You could feel people out, see if they are verified, right? And they're connected to their Twitter account, and there's somebody that's a little more known on Twitter. And eventually see if they're bonded, right? So that's the next thing we're adding. We're adding bonds. That also will be launching any moment now, because I want that up and running for PorcFest. And bonding will be a way for people to purchase a bond. That's basically going to be an insurance. So if they're selling something, if somebody's selling something that's worth 1 Monero and they're bonded for 2 Monero, you as a buyer can trust in the fact that if this person scams you, they don't send the product you bought, that you'll be able to get your money back from the bond. So that'll be coming soon as well. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. These are all big updates that I'm excited about. XMR Bazaar is growing nicely. It's nice to see.
So what do you imagine the bonding process, how would that work for somebody with an account? You just go into the settings and be like, oh.
Yeah, so you're selling T-shirts, whatever it is on there. You're selling your artwork. You're selling mugs and whatnot. You could very easily go essentially you're purchasing a bond, and there'll be different people that will be selling them. I'll be the first bond holder, and then there'll be mediators. So just like with, just like we have with the escrow feature, there's mediators for bonding as well, right? Because we need somebody to determine if in fact somebody got ripped off. So you as a seller, it'd be as simple as purchasing a bond, and so you're buying a bond basically off me, right? And now I'm holding your Monero. Let's say you buy a 1 Monero bond. You know that Doug Tuman is the person that's holding it. So, if you trust this bond seller, if you trust Doug Tuman, if you don't think he's going to rug you and steal the bond, you're buying a bond. I'm holding that bond. And now somebody goes and they go to buy something off of you, and you never send it. All right. You scam them. Mediator would step in. There'll be a group chat that's built in that will take place between the buyer and the seller. And they say, hey, I bought the coffee mug, Ulysses never sent it. Mediator would decide if in fact Ulysses did. Maybe Ulysses shows, oh no, I have proof. Here's the proof that I sent the coffee mug. Mediator would make the decision. If the mediator decides that Ulysses in fact did not send the coffee mug, the value of that coffee mug would then come out of the bond and be sent to the buyer. So from the standpoint of the seller, it should be very easy in terms of purchasing a bond. It'll be a couple of clicks. You send your whatever amount you want to get bonded for. So if you're just selling coffee mugs and you're selling them for 0.1 Monero each, then maybe you just only get bonded for 1 Monero. If you're selling things that are more expensive, maybe you get bonded for 1 full Monero, or maybe you get bonded for 10 Monero. And so you can send whatever amount of Monero you want to send for the bond.
I also just want to point out that there is just as much of an intriguing use case for seller side bond or buyer side bonds. And what I kind of had in the back of my mind when I was throwing this idea out was there's going to be apprehension in the idea of, if I sell this and then the price of Monero goes down, I lose. And then on the other side of things, if I buy this and the price of Monero goes up, I lose. And a lot of people who might be interested in buying something with Monero kind of have a little bit of a hodler in them. So you almost want them to put skin in the game, where even if I don't take custody of this product, I still lose a certain portion of the value of my bond to the seller. And then in the opposite direction, if I don't sell the mug because the Monero is not worth as much as when I agreed to sell it, I still have the stake of the amount of the bond that I could lose. And the funny thing is it does two things. Number one, it builds into the transaction a risk mitigation for price volatility on both sides, and it locks the losing party into the transaction. But then the other thing that it does is it creates I don't want to say illiquid, because it is liquid in its own way, but it creates a demand for Monero that did not previously exist. So it's really good for the economy of Monero just inherently. In fact, even a little bit goes a long way. If you have people that are already exchanging Monero for goods and services, that's part of a demand increase that we want to see. But it's not a price demand so much as a money velocity demand. I mean, it's both, but it's way more like a velocity thing. But with a bond, now you have a price demand. And then once bonds exist, and this is key, Monero would be able to produce something that US dollar bonds can't quite replicate, which is this. When US dollar bonds come into existence, they create new debt and inflate the money supply. When a Monero bond comes into existence, it does not create new debt and inflate the money supply. In fact, if anything, it shrinks the money supply temporarily. Now, you could possibly build into this ecosystem bonds with yield. So what I mean by that is you could own a large bond and then lease that bond to a trusted transaction. And if that transaction goes through, you collect a rental on that transaction. So let's say, for example, somebody wants to sell used cars on XMR Bazaar, and they need to temporarily use a bond for a transaction, and you think that I, Doug, the holder of this bond, am going to insure this transaction for the value of the volatility of Monero, because I know that this car exists and will be transacted, and there's already, the risk is mostly mitigated by the fact that you can verify whether or not a title has changed hands, and you can verify whether or not the Monero has been transacted if it's a mediated exchange. So your only risk would be the volatility of Monero. So you could take an average of that volatility and charge that as the rental. So now you're in a situation where Monero bonds can generate yield better than a US bond, but they don't inflate the money supply. And at that point in time, Monero just became a better asset than the dollar as far as yield generation.
Or you could just price your items in Monero.
But that's one of the steps that gets you there. Remember, that's how gold got there, right? The reason that people would price their gold was, for one, it was able to move more fluidly when people started using gold notes. And then once you could generate yield on your notes, that was step 2 to getting people to price things in gold on a consistent basis. It was no longer, it distanced itself from the world of barter. Things had more fixed prices as soon as there was yield. Right now, Monero doesn't generate as much of a fixed price as it would if there were bonds with yield. You're locking up a certain amount of money, and you have a market indicator for the value of the capital itself. That's what yield is. It's what is the value of having money over time? What is the value of stored capital over time? Monero doesn't have a mechanism for that other than number go up. Now, the thing is we have a different, it's not really the same thing, but we have something that emulates it, which is as there is more market adoption for this, what is effectively the same supply, that's our version of yield. But that's not actually yield. Adoption is its own thing. Once you have a bonding system, no matter how small it is as far as like the total, well, in this case, Monero supply. Now, there's actually a historical precedent for this. For example, monetary metals is trying to reintroduce the idea of gold bonds with yield and gold leasing with yield. And you would be doing the same thing for Monero. And what's really, really cool is now you're going to have people weighing their options. Do I want to do Monero bonds and get the value of that? Or do I want to go gold bonds and get the value of that? But you can even have like a bond diversification strategy, because Monero is more associated with a risk asset and gold is more associated with like a fear index type of asset trade.
I do have a
Don't want to miss. I don't want to miss these XMR chats. Quadrio Celta tipped 4 cents. Hey, I'd love to recommend 2 people to reach out to for the podcast: Mental Outlaw and Bread on Penguins. Have you ever been in contact with either of them? Mental Outlaw, I don't know if you guys can get in touch with them. By all means, we'd love to have him on. I know he's been talking about Monero for quite some time. I don't know how to get in touch with the guy. And then there's somebody else who was commenting just on the potential Wi-Fi setup we could have with the Starlink, suggesting that we get a Ethernet adapter and we have some firewall set up for only 1809 and 18081 ports. Yeah, I don't know. We're probably not going to do that. Maybe, I don't know. We have one Starlink. I might get another one. We'll see. Remsey, what's going on, man?
What's up? Yeah, I'm in Berlin right now. I'm getting ready for MoneroCon. Starts next week.
Oh, nice.
So that's gonna be. Are you going this year, Doug?
No, I'm not going. I won't make it. This will be the. Yeah, I'm going to PorcFest. This will be the first time I'm missing MoneroCon.
I think they're at the same time. That was kind of bad luck this year.
It is, and then me personally with the newborn and just my other 10-year-old, it makes more sense for me to stay stateside right now because I'll be going to Europe later anyway, and so I can't pull the trip. So I'm staying back home, and I'll be running Monerotopia PorcFest. So it should be good.
Yeah. So I'm in Berlin for like the Web3 privacy hackathon. And Vitalik spoke yesterday, and he was like, he did like interactive thing where he's like, all right, who's used such and such privacy protocol? Who's used like Tornado Cash? And then what else? If people used, shout them out. And I was like, Monero. So he acknowledged the existence of Monero at least as valid privacy protocol.
Nice. Yeah, so he's been talking up the privacy aspects, right? Potentially trying to.
He says he wants to put it on the base layer, but it's like I feel like it's impossible. I've been working on zero knowledge proof related stuff. We actually won a prize at ETH Global Prague for basically ZK based Monero to EVM, which is like Ethereum, the virtual machine. It's like a proof basically because you can share your transaction key when you send a Monero transaction. So basically you can cryptographically prove that you sent it on Ethereum, and if the Ethereum chain doesn't actually have to run like a request to a Monero node or anything, they actually just have to do a complex cryptographic operation. It's like an insane technology. ZK is an insane technology, but it's pretty exciting.
You're working on that?
I want to use something called Risk Zero to make it like specific for the proof. But we won a prize for the hackathon. It was like a $2,500 reward at a hackathon for this. So it was a fun weekend. Yeah.
Awesome, man. Are you presenting at MoneroCon?
No, I'm just going. Maybe if I get some traction on this or something. This is still just like very heavily in the works. Like maybe next year I'll request as a speaker or something.
Have you been following the Greece thing that was recently announced and will be presented at MoneroCon? The layer 2? Yeah, the layer 2 proposal.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I just thought maybe you'd have some insight.
Well, maybe they'll be there. Maybe I'll get to talk to them.
Yeah. Sean will be there. He'll be presenting on it. I thought maybe you'd have some insight. I'm jealous, man. I'm jealous. That I won't be at MoneroCon, but PorcFest is actually it's pretty damn amazing. Like if there's a second best place to be, PorcFest is like a libertarian dream, a Monero dream. Tons of vendors that are there accepting Monero. It's a cool scene.
I really don't think you can say one is worse than the other. I've never been to either of them, unfortunately. but from what I can tell, they're both equally valid places to be. MoneroCon MoneroCon is a conference, a real based conference for Monero, and PorcFest is just liberty everywhere, all the time.
If I was like the Monero 4-star general and I was like allocating the Monero guy pieces, I would totally put Doug at PorcFest and Remsi at MoneroCon anyway, because like the as far as a battle stratagem goes, like having Rem at MoneroCon, you know, like a tech savvy individual like interfacing with the rest of the squad makes more sense than having Doug being the face of Monero at a bunch of ANCAP libertarian types to try to push for adoption. Like, since we are fighting a two-front war, that's the way to go.
Yeah, I gotta say, there's one thing that I don't like about MoneroCon, which is that you just feel so stupid while they're in there. There's all these like giga brain people doing hardcore cryptography, and you just feel like an idiot there.
Oh God,
that's
yes.
kind of like the good part too.
Yeah, no, it's I'm the idiot walking around MoneroCon interviewing all the intelligent people. But at Monero at PorcFest, I'm you know, I'm a little further on the curve towards the intelligent side, and then I'm preaching Monero to people, and I've been quite effective in the past at PorcFest. And yeah, a lot of like when we had overlap, I guess it was last year. There was overlap with MoneroCon and PorcFest. I missed PorcFest, and that was the year that you had like Vivek Ramaswamy went, RFK Jr. went. I mean, if I was there, I would have been talking to I would have gotten to those guys. I would have talked to them about Monero. So like, I do like Alaska's saying, I do think it's important that we have strong representation at PorcFest, because it's like, it is a great place for growing adoption among early adopters.
I would also push back on that whole thing though, Doug, because I mean, I'm sure you remember even then I was like, these people are frauds. Like I was just like this, there's no way they're gonna do nothing, and it's just more theater, political theater to quiet the masses, right? But this year you got people that will not only be far more likely to be receptive to the Monero message, but now that they've been rug pulled by like, you know, by the MIGA movement and all that other stuff, like they're probably going to be a little more jaded that there's a political solution, and we can start going back to actual engineering and technological solutions like we should have never abandoned in the first place, just to be able to be like, I'm in the Trump camp now. Like, come on, people. You've known since the 70s there was no political solution to this. You have to use engineering and technical solutions, because these are engineering and technical problems. And so, like, this is the perfect time to go back to a bunch of people who just
we have Ross Albright will be at PorcFest, right? Exactly. So like this is going to be one of the most monumental PorcFests in history, just because of that, right? I mean, and it's a little different than the Bitcoin conference.
Like, there's a bunch of other people going there too. That, and I mean, you'll see them. Like, I'm not even going to sit here and like go through a list or whatever, but this is the group of people that need to hear the Monero message, that are on our side, that are probably still sore from the political theater that just happened, you know? So this is the perfect time to strike. It really is.
Wait, I got an idea. What if we can convince Ross Ulbricht, because he's eventually going to go on Joe Rogan, right? So we need to get Ross Ulbricht to mention Monero on Joe Rogan, and that's how there we go.
Rem, did you see that Peter Schiff talked about Monero to the Bitcoin?
I also saw, so he did some weird things on Twitter too. I don't really follow that guy. I think like after he spoke at the Bitcoin conference, there was some thing. Look it up for yourself. I don't want to talk about it.
He was shilling Monero, right?
I haven't really said much about this, but I actually I don't know Peter Schiff personally. I don't. But the thing is, I was like super close to getting a job at his gold firm, and I ended up not doing it just because of my projects here in Alaska and all that. But like, and there's this whole crazy story behind it, but I was like minutes away from making a decision to be like a gold hustler for the guy, and I ended up not doing it.
Yeah,
but
really?
Like, Yeah, it's because he was he had like he was looking for people to work at that gold company that he sold it to some other people who they were trying to do, I forget what it was, but it was like some kind of innovative way to buy and sell gold. And then it ended up not going through all the way. So, and he's like kind of friends, I guess, with the guys who bought it. So he bought it back because like the project didn't go the way that they were hoping it would go. I think it was regulatory, if I'm not mistaken, but basically they just weren't able to do what they originally intended behind the reason why he sold it to these other guys. Like they were going to fuse the activity of one company that one guy already owned with the company that Peter Schiff already owned. And it was going to make something new possible that didn't go through. I wasn't following it. Well, but the thing is when he bought it back, he went for growing the core business, and some other people were like, hey, this application looks like it was written for you, because it was basically like, it was like a checklist of stuff that I had done historically. You know, it's like was what they were interviewing for with it. And the other thing is I had the ability to move into a house that was like 2 blocks away from where he wanted people to move, because the whole thing is based out of Puerto Rico. So I would live there. I had the perfect resume for it, and I would have probably been the front running candidate if I would have decided to do it. I just I prefer I like cold. So I'm not about to go move to a tropical environment, but
oh man, you would have had Schiff fully onboarded to Monero.
Well, I'm starting to think he is, man. I mean,
yeah. Let me play I'll play this clip. And also we have Drunk Dial tipped 99 cents. Agora Alley is the best place to set up Wi-Fi coverage at Porkfest. That's where most of the merchants are and where smooth transactions are needed. Got my RV rented. See you out there. Amazing. I didn't know. I didn't realize Drunk Dial will be joining us. That's fantastic. Very much looking forward to hanging out with you, buddy. Thanks for coming out. And yeah, that obviously that's where all the action is. That's where we had our Monero tent last year. We were set up in Agora Alley. I don't know. Maybe I need to get the second Starlink. Drunk Dial. I don't know. Drunk Dial, are you in the Porkfest chat? I hope you are. If not, hopefully I'll remember to add you.
You just know Drunk Dial is gonna go there and he's gonna like set everybody's tents up and he's gonna like feed everyone. Without like a vacation, he's just gonna work.
He's a Monero angel. He's like you, man. He's like he's very very similar to you in that way. Let me go ahead and play this Peter Schiff. I think we've all heard the clip here. Actually, wait, we have a better, longer version.
I found a bug in the XMR Bazaar Boost feature.
Oh wait, hold on. Before you report the bug.
The only thing that's changed about Bitcoin is more people are gambling with it, right? So you have more people speculating in Bitcoin, but they're not using it. And in fact, fewer people are using it. They'll even acknowledge that if you actually want to use it, there are much better tokens. Like if you want privacy, use Monero, right? Bitcoin doesn't really give you much privacy, but there are other tokens.
There we go. You want privacy?
Any privacy. It's literally a transparent chain.
I love the way that Doug cropped his out, where it sounds like it's just a straight up endorsement, and then Tux has like the right context. But when you posted that, I was like, that's a little snaky, yeah.
Monero, right? Bitcoin doesn't really give you much privacy. There are much better tokens. Like if you want privacy, use Monero, right?
There are much better tokens. And then he lists Monero as the first one. Yeah, I'm just trying to goad him, into coming on, right? We got to get him on Monero Talk. I think we will.
No, it was a good move. Like posting it that way is going to make him want to come on the show more. So he can be like, I'm not saying you should use crypto. I'm just saying it's like the best one, and that's good enough right there.
I have some thoughts on this, but
go ahead.
Shortwave had something.
Yeah, you found an issue of boosts?
Yeah, I found an issue with boosts.
Okay, what do you got?
You can boost a fiat listing.
We do allow you to boost.
You should only be allowed to boost Monero price listings.
Yeah, I don't think we're
I
gonna do
second
that.
that.
I mean, it's not a fiat listing. All transactions are Monero based. They're just showing you the fiat price.
It is fiat denominated listings.
Fiat denominated.
That should not
Correct.
be allowed to be
Censoring
listed.
their free speech shortwave. They can say it however they want.
Yeah. The only two features I wish for XMR Bazaar would be like a German front end for the site, because I talked to a bunch of people that regularly sell on like eBay and Kleinanzeigen, and yeah, offering them an English version is not really flying.
BT Dev, he built out the translation stuff. We just don't have it going yet.
Okay.
So we'll get that up and running soon.
If you
I
need,
think he
like,
built
help,
it in a way where we could very easily add translations for anything. Yes, we do need help. So yes, we can.
Yeah, like with the translation or something, I gladly help out.
Yeah.
So, and then like if that is like up and running, then maybe like an import tool for existing like eBay listings or Kleinanzeigen listings, that would be like awesome. That I can like just.
Yeah, let me show. Actually, we have.
There is something in the change log for being able to import and export listings to and from a CSV file for like prices and listing titles and stuff like that. So that's coming in the future, apparently.
Yeah. You guys can find the change log on XMR Bazaar. That is one of the things that's on there. So
very bottom of the page.
Yeah, it was more thinking about like just put in a URL to a listing on like eBay or Kleinanzeigen, and then it like pre-selects all the stuff and imports the stuff from eBay, for example.
Do they have an API? Because that would make it easy if they do, but they probably don't.
Great question. I have no idea.
Yeah, he's adding API for automation, alternative front ends, etc.
Okay.
So
I did have one other thing that I wanted to bring up that is very Monero related, but it's not specifically Monero, which is there's two things going on right now. There's the XORG Wayland situation going on in Linux. And I don't know that I'm like the best person to try to break it down here, but basically what's going on, in my opinion, is pretty shady. Like there are people exploiting certain mechanisms in how Linux is developed and iterated upon, and how a lot of different tools and apps and so on are integrated with the Linux ecosystem. That there is cause for concern. And honestly, in one sense, it's nothing new, because about every 6 months, something like this happens. This one just happens to be pretty big. And there are people, or one in particular, who's got mad street cred, who's trying to keep XORG alive. And he has the technical skills and so on to do it, and he's been working on it for a very long time. But it's almost as though certain institutions are trying to shut down the continued development of XORG and force people into Wayland. Now, for those of you who don't understand what I'm talking about, suffice to say, you probably don't have to, so much as just to understand that there are a lot of things that are built on top of one chain of code development. And there are other things that are being developed on a different chain of code development, and it would be really hard to do both. And one of these layers that is it has the longest, it has longevity to it. There's a lot of stuff that people use every day in the Linux ecosystem that is built on top of a project that is being, there's evidence to suggest, I can't prove it, but there's evidence to suggest that it's being intentionally stifled and shut down. And there are more than enough people who are interested in keeping that alive, so these tools will continue to work. And there's some contention there. Now, that's a little tech heavy for probably a lot of the general audience, but just let it be known that it's a thing that's happening, and more eyes on it might get, if it is a nefarious thing, it might get them to back off a little bit. And before I go to the second one, I'll leave Shortwave to say what he wants to say.
I was just going to say, to my knowledge, the main reason behind the evolution from Xorg to Wayland is just that fucking Xorg is like 1970s tech. They wanted a newer architecture that would work better for building.
But the problem is think about how much stuff is still dependent. And on top of that, I would point out that, okay, that's fine. However, if the developers of Xorg are going to intentionally stop developing on the project, they should follow the tradition of passing the torch to people who want to keep it alive. And they're not. But the other thing about that is, in my opinion, Wayland isn't done. And when you start changing operating systems that are for the common user, so for example, let's say like Mint and Ubuntu and stuff like that, there are a lot of people that need just works operating systems. And to make a change like that may not be the best. Like, the amount of people that I operated or that I moved over to Linux by just giving them Mint and be like, go play, right, is very numerous. And I'm just saying that there is drama about the fact that it looks a little nefarious. And there are way better ways to have handled this.
Yeah, for sure. But aren't like Ubuntu devs, etc., like only switching their distros to like Wayland stuff when they're like sure that it's ready for the mass consumption or for their users in general? So, I mean, they're not really exposed to the whole like Wayland Xorg thing.
And I guess one of the things about it is time will tell, right?
Yeah.
If the switch happens and it's working great, and maybe it just kills a couple of systems or a couple of applications here and there, and maybe those developers will choose to update them accordingly or whatever. But we'll see. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny that you bring that up because I'm like, prior to me joining the stream, I was like in the middle of in the pain process of like switching from Xorg or X11 based system to a like Wayland based system on NixOS.
Now, from what I understand, actually, GNOME is the main reason that Ubuntu and Fedora are going with Wayland only, because in GNOME 49, apparently they're starting to deprecate Xorg code with the full plans on removing it entirely in GNOME 50. So it might not be that Ubuntu and Fedora want to make the move from X11 to Wayland right now, as much as their desktop environment, their main one that they mainly use for their main distribution, is GNOME, and GNOME is doing it entirely.
No, I tend to agree with you. And not only that, but I like the idea of switching to Wayland personally. My problem is number one, the last thing, whether it be open source software, Linux people, Monero people, the last thing that we need is more contention, especially with the tide turning the way that it has. And if there is a group, if there is a segment of the population that wants to keep X alive, then the people who currently maintain that project should be the bigger man and hand it over. You see what I'm saying? Like,
oh, absolutely.
This whole right or not, and I kind of think they probably are right, but whether or not you're right, there is a right way to handle it too. And that's my biggest problem right now is you don't stoke the fire. You don't fan the flames. If there are things that people are attached to that they want to see kept alive, And a lot of these bigger distros are starting to act like they're the only game in town. And it's like, okay, fine. If you want to be like that, just go be Windows. But we all know that they don't want that. None of us want that. So stop acting like that. I mean, how many computers have been rescued by EasyOS, right? Are we going to be, oh, that's just like 0.0001% of users? Yeah, but that's how you resuscitate dying old, paperweight computers. Are we just going to be like, oh, people that want to salvage old tech, well, we don't care about them anymore, right? Like, this is not what Linux is about. So if you're done with a project, hand it over. But then the other thing about this that I would point out with how this is going is there's a greater issue in all of these freedom-oriented communities where, because we're such a diverse group of people, everybody's first instinct, and this is very alive in Monero, there are guilty parties who are on this show every day, and I'm not holding it against them, but it's like, it's already hard enough to keep this community united, whether it be Monero, Linux, anything else. Okay. And we have to keep our rifles pointed down range. And anything you can do to keep there from being contention within the trenches of your own units is probably a good idea. And that's not what's happening right now. At a time where Linux is gobbling up ever increasing market share, at a time where, Valve is dumping money and making a huge and important pivot to a huge segment of the computer using population, at a point where even with billions and billions being invested into servers and all that, and Azure being like the last vestiges of massive money making for Windows and Microsoft and all that, we're still crushing the competition, using less to gain more. And now is the time where we're going to start making fights between developer communities and power users and our own, like, people who are spending their own time freely marketing Linux, freely marketing Monero. This is not the time for us to start fighting each other. That was the whole point of what Ross was saying. That was the whole reason why he's free in the first place. Like, this is not the time for people to be fighting and talking shit about each other. And that's exactly what they're doing, is my perspective.
Yeah, but maybe it's time to switch some old systems over to a newer standard, so you can use modern resources better and make it more secure and so on and so forth, like shortwave server said earlier. I mean,
yeah, that's the point, is there are ways to do this. There are ways to preserve old computing hardware and maybe keep a fork alive or whatever. But instead, it's just a bunch of people not working together and acting. It's a what swinging competition right now. That is not it. The timing couldn't be worse, because we're going to lose all of this momentum over something stupid. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, yes and no, but I mean, X11 is open source. So if the developers really drop the support suddenly, and there would be a big need for X11 or XOR to be kept alive, then
there is
I'm
a
sure
fork
that
already. There's a
yeah,
fork
okay,
already.
then okay, yeah, then I mean, time will tell, as you said earlier, I think so.
But wouldn't it have been better to just give the keys to the kingdom to the people that wanted to keep it alive, and maybe archive a version, for posterity's sake?
Yeah, maybe,
isn't
but
there
I mean,
better ways to do this than what is going on right now that cost nobody anything, is what I'm getting at.
Yes, I certainly agree on that. But I mean, how often have projects been forked over, and I'm not really seeing the
Think
big.
about these people gather their all of the stuff that already exists out there. they're like, you have to think of it from a non-power user perspective. They already have it set up by somebody who knew better than they did. Go to this repository, pull your updates. You see?
No, the most users just want a GUI to like click update, or maybe they are able to like type apt update or something.
Exactly. So if it's already set up in a certain way, it would be better to just pass the existing repository to people who want to keep it alive.
Well,
yeah, but
I mean, the operating systems have some say in this, because all they would have to do is update it on their end. So if Ubuntu directed the new Xorg fork to this new Xorg repository, then when the user clicked update, it wouldn't matter because
I
Ubuntu
agree.
did it on their end.
So why don't they? They're forcing the issue, is my point. They're forcing the fight, or at least from my perspective. Maybe they're not. Maybe they just haven't thought of this. I doubt it. You know, like they're pigeonholing people is my point.
To be fair,
go ahead.
To be fair, I have not been in this particular like to me, I don't care. To me, it's one of those things. If I want to turn on my computer and get a display manager, I don't care whether it's Wayland or Xorg or something else. I just want it to turn my display on and display things on the screen. So I haven't been following this thing. So I didn't even really know there was contention here. It's like, I just figured it was a modern update, just like any other update. It's like, hey, we need to do this. Let's get it done.
So most of my, like, let's call it life experience comes from combat related stuff. I'm sure people who listen to this show and, you know, are willing to put up with me ramble have noticed I always turn this into like some kind of military discussion. Sorry, I am what I am. But here's the thing. People are getting battle weary. They're getting tired of the never-ending push to victory because they're running out of steam. And that's why you always hear about maintaining morale, right? The last couple weeks, people that work for my buddy and I, they're getting tired. So what do? We had a barbecue. You know, the point is, you bring up the morale, you remind them of the unity, you remind them that we're all in this together. And the next thing you know, they come to work next week and they're revitalized. They're excited to do it again. Okay. And the thing is when you know people are getting battle weary is when they start doing petty shit to each other. And when they start fighting over, like you said, I don't really care. Users don't really care. Shortwave's a power user and he doesn't really care. But the thing is it's becoming petty and stupid, and it's because they're battle weary and they're forgetting who their allies are. And I hope that there are people in the Monero community that are reading between the lines on this. Okay, there are so many things that all 5 people on this stream right now are going to have 5 different views on. We're here to fight for Monero right now. Okay, and so we're not going to fight each other, because it's going to slow down the march to freedom in finance.
Yep.
And I
mean, but you're
go ahead.
Always gonna have like a little like competition in a market. And I mean, if you look at the kernel with like Rust integration, that was also like or still is somewhat of a hot topic. I don't know.
Look, I love the competition. Wayland and I keep forgetting what the version is right now, but that competition has been alive and well for many years now, and there hasn't been the problem that we're looking at right now. You see, and I would say the same thing about Monero, which is there were lots of people, and all of them hypocrites, because we're all people and people are hypocrites. I get it. You don't have to tell me that people are hypocrites. I already know. Okay. But the point is, like, now it's becoming a blame game. Well, this person believes this and I don't, so they can go, you know, themselves. And it's like, but bro, I could say the same thing about you or myself or my wife or my children or literally anybody. All right. But that's not the point. Let's rally around this thing that we agree on. Let's get it done. And then if you want to have like some political discussions, as soon as both parties, whether you think you're one of them or not, as soon as both parties are mature enough to have that discussion, then have that discussion. If they're not, it doesn't mean that you can't still be fighting for the same goal here. I'm trying really, really hard not to bring certain things up that are happening in the Monero community because I don't want to beat a dead horse, other than just to say, listen, bros, we have a mission here. And even if you don't like a person, even if you don't agree with a person, we all like Monero. So let's make it happen. And I would say the same thing to a lot of our audiences not in the trenches of Linux development stuff, but there are things that we can do to try to quell the unrest, because it's like, you know, how the Wayland situation goes is going to have a huge effect on SteamOS adoption. SteamOS adoption is going to have a huge effect on market share. Market share is going to have a huge effect in the server space. The server space is going to have a huge effect on future AI development. A lot of these people don't understand what a big deal not fighting right now actually is. Okay, like we don't have time to have a bunch of developers doing more keyboard mashing on Twitter and less developing. You see what I mean? Like, I don't have time to go buy a bunch of stupid crap because I need to be investing my money in winning the war right now, which is why I'm not going on a bunch of lavish vacations. I'm not going I'm trying to micromanage my own spending power to win the war here. And that's what everybody needs to be thinking about this. And these two lines of thinking on development need to stop the squabbling. These two lines of thinking within the politics of Monero need to stop the fighting, and we need to just get Monero into the hands of the masses. That needs to be the goal. So I have one other thing, and that's the graphene thing. I don't know if people have been keeping up with the graphene OS thing regarding hardware.
Kind of.
So this one is a doozy. So graphene is one of the best things that, in my opinion, that has happened to the freedom tech movement. And ironically enough, here's another issue where the lead developer and a lot of other people tend to not get along. My first point would be, when in the history of ever has a talented developer been socially stable? I'll wait, right? But the other thing is, we need this. We all need graphene. And this might be the last Android fork where it is realistic to continue to use Google Pixels. We don't know. We'll see. Now is the time for everybody to put everything they've got into trying to find somebody who's willing to produce the hardware to keep the graphene project alive. Graphene has had a lofty goal for quite some time of building their own hardware for graphene, but they're nowhere close to that. So we still need to flash graphene onto other people's devices.
I think they should really talk to Fairphone. Unfortunately, they don't work in the U.S. to my knowledge, but they're a big European
thing. Maybe fortunately they don't work in the U.S. It depends on how you look at it.
Yeah, fair enough. But like a company like that seems like a perfect fit for something like graphene.
Yeah, either Fairphone or Framework would be a good fit, I think.
Framework would probably be a good one too, but I would also point out the developers themselves, especially if they happen to live in Canada, hint, hint, should probably move to like Tanzania or something right now before it becomes illegal to think about freedom software. So this battle space is heating up rapidly, and it's my opinion it's because we're winning. Graphene adoption is exploding. I used to, I mean, it still exists. In fact, I just don't pursue it anymore. I used to run Get Graphene OS with a couple of people. Tux is one of them. And we got to the point 3 years ago where it was so hard to get hardware that I just shut. I mean, I think the site is even still up, maybe, I don't know, but I just stopped working on the site because I could get 100 pixels right now and sell them all in like 5 minutes. Because there is such a squeeze on hardware to put graphene on. It's brutal. Like, doing it at scale is nearly impossible right now. And it has been getting worse. It will continue to get worse until this problem is solved.
To be fair, you could have put a market demand on that. The fact that you could sell 100 pixels in 5 minutes with graphene on it means that there's clearly market demand for a graphene device, and you could have
they don't care.
Market to
this has never been about money to them. I've even talked to very high level Google people about ordering pallets of, you know, unlocked, like factory unlocked phones. I've had 2 meetings with them. They keep telling me they're going to get back to me, and it goes nowhere. I've offered crazy high prices. They don't care. I've had teams of people, literally 2-3 people at a time, working effectively full time, sourcing devices and then confirming whether or not they're factory unlocked. It got to the point in the Pixel 7 era where I would order like 15 or 20 phones and only get 1 actually factory unlocked phone from people that were selling factory unlocked phones. Sourcing hardware, and think about what that does to your cash flow. You're basically locking up money for like 6 months. Like, you go to buy 20 phones and you end up with 3 of them 6 months later with your cash tied up in returns and all this other shit. Like, it's the hardware issue is way bigger than people realize. It's so much easier to do it yourself, which I'd point out is the right way anyway. But the people who want graphene phones, I'd say 95% of them or worse are way too non-technically savvy to flash their own OS, know that it's like an actual secure OS, know where to get Freedom apps, know how to sideload apps. And that was the whole point of Get Graphene OS. And then you have people like Above Phone that have been able to pull it off, and I'm all about them and good on them. The problem is they price too many people out of the market. And I hope they keep doing what they're doing. They should keep doing what they're doing. But I was trying to fill a need where there were a lot of people that needed less expensive hardware and wanted the privacy and security. And they have been both priced out of the market, and the hardware is out of reach for anybody who wants to solve the problem. It's a major issue, and it now just got way worse with what is going on right now with the new Android and the next generation of Google
I'm betting very seriously that your problems sourcing hardware are because the U.S. government doesn't want them selling the hardware to people who are going to put graphene and things like that.
I've tried it in other countries too. It's just, in some cases it made it a little easier, but it came with even larger lists of problems, especially in Europe. If you want to do business in Europe, then the problem becomes the free flow of money, like licensing and money, and having like where it's being shipped to and from, and VAT taxes. It has its own way of pricing people out of the market in the other direction.
Freedom is under attack, guys. Freedom is under attack.
So let's stop attacking each other so we can just focus on attacking the freedom attackers.
For sure, for sure. Guys, I think maybe we could wrap it up here.
Let's do it.
I'll just show you some cheese that's being offered on XMR Bazaar. Actually, let me see if I can find the
Doug and his cheese, man.
Dude, the cheese is like It's like the books for Amazon, like XMR Bazaar. Like the niche is cheese. It just seems to work.
I saw some French
something
cheese.
that's like relatively high price. You could ship it pretty relatively easy anywhere.
I just saw some French cheese recently.
Yeah, that's what I'm bringing up. This is like really good looking cheese.
I think they had cow and goat cheese.
Yeah.
Real
cheese.
A few days ago, I visited my sister, and we went onto a market, and I talked to one guy that's selling cheese, and he is like sourcing his cheese from like Switzerland and so on and so forth. And he had really, really nice cheese. And yes, Douglas, make XMR Bazaar the cheese market.
Right? I think I'm trying to find the posts or jams a lot. If anybody can find it on X, I don't know why I can't find it right now. But it's him in the marketplace in France, and he's onboarding this guy who's now selling his cheese on XMR Bazaar. I don't know. I can't find it. I'll show next week. All right, guys. We could wrap it up here. Next time,
anybody who wants to help out with the graphene problem, send me an email at illc@tuta.io. That's India Lima Charlie at tuta .io. If you want to help with the trying to solve the last problem I talked about, the Wayland thing, I'm just going to keep staying out of it. I'm going to stay in my lane. But if anyone wants to help with the graphene thing, getting graphene affordably in the hands of the tech illiterate and giving them secure devices. And the other thing is, every time I do a graphene phone, I put a Monero wallet on it, and I give them the option to buy a small amount of Monero off of me to just like kind of mess with it. And actually, to be honest, most of the time I just end up giving it away to them. But the two are inextricably connected, and there is a reason. I'm sure Doug, that's how I met Doug. I gave him a graphene phone, and I was like, this is how you should use Monero. You know, like for the longest time, I was like the graphene guy as far as talking to the non-tech savvy. If you guys want to help, that's India Lima Charlie at tuta.io.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Yeah, man, you came out of nowhere, right? You know, like a Monero privacy tech angel watching out for me. Let me bring up. I did find the clip. Here it is. We'll end with this, and we'll close it out. Next time I see you guys, I will be at PorkFest. So I don't know if we're gonna do a show next week, because it'd probably be too much going on for me to like run the show, unless somebody on the team can run it remotely, and then I'll just chime in from our side. But we'll be having the talks will be going on, so we'll probably be streaming talks at that time on the Monerotopia channel. So probably won't be doing a show, because Saturday 11, that's when PorkFest will really be rocking and rolling. That's probably when we'll have most of our panels and stuff. Will be Saturday morning and Friday. So yeah, I'll see you guys then. For those that are going to MoneroCon, have an amazing time. Those that are coming out to us at PorkFest, looking forward to seeing you all. Mr. Wonderland, I'll see you in a few days, man.
And I'm quite hyped.
Yeah, everybody else that will be there. Super excited for it. And yeah, hopefully, we get some good Monero transaction count going. We'll have PorkFest going on the same time as MoneroCon. It'd be nice to see a bump up in Monero transactions as we're all actually out there using Monero for the weekend. So that'll be exciting to see. And we'll regroup after that, guys. Let me go ahead and play this. Alaska, you want to say something before I close it out?
I'm good.
All right, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and play the clip. And then we'll catch each other next weekend.
Got a fun little Monero encounter here. Taking a small break from the Monero Van project for a work trip in Europe, and I was grabbing some food at a farmer's market.
Check out this cheese right here. We're at a farmer's market here in Annecy, France.
These guys are in crypto. He couldn't get his QR code for his Monero wallet on an exchange because of KYC. So he's now downloading Cakewallet.
Wait, what's the minimum deposit with the XMR?
No, there isn't.
No minimum with XMR.
Yeah. Okay, how much do we owe you here? So in dollars, that's like 25? 25.
Oh, we in block on XMR 10 minutes? 2 minutes. 2 minutes? I save my profits in cryptography in gold and silver, you know. Oh. And bear market, I recharge. I
nice.
recharge with gold and silver.
Good trader. Nice.
4 years.
Yeah, good move.
Yeah.
Okay, check your cake wallet. See if you got the Monero.
Okay. 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Wait. It's not 10. Huh?
That's good.
Yes, it's good.
It's good.
Thank you.
All right, well, these are what the cheeses look like. Pretty moldy on the outside, but they smell incredible and they taste wonderful. These are the cheeses that are aged in those caves in the mountains in this area in between Geneva and Annecy. These dudes were hilarious. The first thing he said when I looked at his Bitcoin QR code was, "Fuck the banks." And then I asked him where the cheeses were made, and he leaned in and said, "China." So yeah, these dudes are hilarious. See if you can find them at the farmer's market, and we are definitely going to list their cheeses on XMR Bazaar. So keep a lookout for that. We'll post the link when we get that set up.
And Cake Wallet, totally key here. They had it downloaded, set up, and received a completely private transaction all in under 2 minutes, and I was free to go.
Thanks for watching. If you like this content, you could donate to the Monero Van project. I'll basically just be doing the same thing, driving across America. Okay, guys, rock on.
All right, Sir Jems, fantastic job.
Did you catch that where he was pegging the price of his crypto to gold and silver? Did you catch that?
Yeah.
That guy gets it.
He's the real deal, and now you can buy cheese from him directly with Monero on XMR Bazaar. I will definitely be making a purchase.
And I believe he prices his cheeses directly in Monero, if I remember correctly.
No, yeah, is he?
I think so.
All right.
Sure, but what he literally just said though was he looks at it in terms of
he is
gold and silver. So he's pricing it in Monero, but his price comparison in his head is gold and silver to crypto, no dollar. Like he
Which
literally
is amazing.
just said that in the video. So
yeah, he is pricing it in Monero. Here it is. Boom. The cheese looks delicious. I'll be trying that out. And we'll get Sir Jams up here. He's been on the show before, but I'll be bringing him up here so he could get the word out on his Monero van. I know I'll definitely be supporting that project as well. I think he'll do a fantastic job onboarding people. All right, guys.
I'm not taking donations, but I'm doing the exact same thing. I'm sure you noticed, like my cars have Monero license plates now and stuff.
Yeah, that's pretty badass.
Yeah, I'm gonna spray paint all of my vehicles with like Monero stencils, and but I don't need anybody's money for that. I'm sure, but it should definitely help Sir Jams a lot. Do the same thing if you can afford it. But
Yeah,
I'll take
yeah,
care of
yeah.
mine on my own. So.
Yeah, I think I'll try to dedicate a lot of time to it as well. But yeah, no, Alaska, we appreciate everything you're doing, man. I think everybody sees it, and never asking for anything in return. All right, let me go ahead and play the outro, and I'll see you guys next week. Actually, Monday with Diego. That should be interesting for those that want to know what's going on with the full chain membership proof, quote unquote, delay. We should get some news out of that on Monday, and then I'll see you guys a week from now on Saturday. All right, adios.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube and Odyssey, or listen to the podcast on iTunes, Spotify, or Stitcher. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you all next week.